Okay, room 2 judges, can we please have you? Can all of the judges for student in room 2 please bring their dodecki name tags to us, please? Okay, good morning, and welcome to Thursday morning NZIPP Student Category Awards. We are going to start off by thanking our major sponsor of the Iris Awards, Canon. We have a video to play, so my lovely assistant is going to hit play. And so, welcome to thank you, Canon, welcome to the student category, sponsored by CR Kennedy, who also have a video that we are going to play.
Managing the colour within my images is integral to what I do. My name's Ian Vanderwald. I'm an Ilford Master and I've been a professional photographer for close to 40 years. Many creatives work within a controlled colour workflow. However, the one thing that stands out to me is how very few view the final product under controlled lighting conditions. The new Ilford Ilfalux colour viewing lamp now makes it easy for anybody to view their work under controlled lighting. This versatile unit is conveniently powered by USB, is portable and supports all industry lighting standards. The affordable Ilford Ilfalux is a great addition to anybody wanting to complete their colour managed workflow.
Thank you, CR Kennedy, for sponsoring the Student Category Award. I am Olivia Wakefield. I am going to be your panel chair today, and I have the lovely Nicola Williamson, who is going to be managing the judges and making sure everyone gets a little break and chopping and changing. I am going to read the student category description. It is quite long, so bear with me. The student category celebrates and showcases the skills, creativity and originality of student photographers currently enrolled in a photography or similar creative program. This category recognises the talent and development of emerging photographers, offering them the opportunity to share their unique perspectives and artistic vision across all genres of photography. This category involves a platform for students to demonstrate their potential, gain recognition for their achievements and develop their photographic skills. It aims to highlight the innovation and artistic exploration of students as they embark on their photographic journeys. Eligibility. Oh, that's a bit tricky for me first thing in the morning. Open to all part-time or full-time students currently enrolled in a recognised tertiary institute in New Zealand or Australia studying photography or a similar creative program. Students may enter work created as part of their final year of study in the Iris Awards in the year immediately following the completion of their studies. Entries must reflect a high level of originality and creativity. Guidelines. Images created under the direct guidance of a tutor as part of a curriculum-based assignment are eligible for entry in this category. Entering the student category forfeits the right to enter any main categories in the same year. Student entries do not earn merit points towards NZIPP distinctions. Subject matter. Photographs may feature any subject matter and can encompass various styles and techniques, including traditional, conceptual, portrait, landscape, documentary, or creative photography. Entries should showcase the students' skills and individual creativity, reflecting their personal photographic journey rather than adhering to a specific theme. Exclusions. NZIPP accredited professional photographers, either current or past, are ineligible to enter this category. Entries must not be submitted by anyone outside the eligibility criteria outlined above. Finally, this is a major editing category. This means that all forms of post-production are allowed as long as no computer or AI generated elements are used. Whew, there we go, team. Okay, so we are going to play the run through and then we're going to, so judges, please turn and look at the screen. Note down anything that you recognise that you think you need to be excluded from judging. Okay, hit play. Oh, one more. There we go. Okay, judges, have we got any exclusions? I'm just going to run through our wonderful list of panel judges today. We have Chris Anderson. Is Chris here? I think he's next door. It's changed. I'm just going to read it off this sheet instead. Okay, we have Roger Wanless, Kirsten Hoff, Mark Rosetto, Shah Devine, Russell Hamlet, Sarah Lee Cobb, Charlotte Reeves. We've got Jace Blair coming a bit later, Katie Collenberg, and Amber Griffin is coming a bit later as well. And judges, no exclusions, so we are going to call you up. Can we please start with Katie, Shah, Sarah Lee, Roger, and Russell? Thank you. Yes, Russell, you're on. I'll talk louder so you can hear me. Okay, we'll just give these guys a chance to log in. Okay. Alrighty, just a moment, live streamers. We are just going to get Honours to come and scope out what's going on with the system. I'm just going to turn the live stream off for a moment. Just for those on the live stream, the computers at the front of the room that the judges use to enter the scores have their logins in them, and there's been a bit of panel chair shuffling going on. Not panel chair, I'm the panel chair. There's only me. The panel judges have been shuffled around a little bit, so the list that is available for our computers in room 2 are not the judges that we actually have present. So we're just waiting for Honours to just come and fix that up for us so that our judges can log in. Katie, can you please check if you're on the list? No, not at the moment, but should we just enter it in as a... Okay, we are ready to go, team. Print handlers, can we have the first print, please? Yep, it's coming, judges. Just give it a moment. There's a lot of whirly-gigging going on. Okay, you should be able to enter your scores now. And we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Katie.
Really beautiful posing, lighting, positioning and composition balance of the three images. So really well done on your Bronze Award. To elevate this, I would be looking at just the pose on the right-hand image, just maybe opening the body up a little more so that the elbow isn't pointing directly at the lens, and possibly even playing with one of the images, having some eye contact, I think would just make it a little more engaging with a bit more narrative, but really well done.
Thank you, Katie. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 81, a silver award. I have a comment, please. Anyone? Yeah? Thanks, Roger.
I really enjoyed the whimsy in this image and the sort of the walking on water story, the sort of fantasy element of when you're a child that you can, you can actually do those things. And I think the photographer's choices contributed to that. Well done.
Thank you, Roger. Can we have the next print, please? Just for those on the live stream, if you have not seen how the judging works, we have our wonderful print handlers behind the scenes that feed the individual prints through. The judges come up to the front of the room and look at the image under some beautiful Ilford lights before they return to their computer to enter in their score. And I would strongly recommend that you come down and watch the live judging at some stage in the future. Okay, we have a score of 74, which is a professional standard. Can I have a comment? Thank you, Russell.
Yeah, great attempt at a little bit of drama with your lighting, but you just need to be a little bit more careful with the lighting. The shadows are a little bit clumpy and our eye is drawn to what she's doing, but we can't quite see everything that's happening there. So just a little bit more care with the lighting. Otherwise, well done.
Thank you, Russell. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 85, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Shah.
This is absolutely stunning. It's an incredible depiction of a well-known artwork, as we all know. But the treatment and the concept, and the contrast between the high key areas and those dark fingertips, gives it just a whole other feel. It's kind of otherworldly and a bit alien-esque and very futuristic. The matting is absolutely superb. So congratulations. It's very, very well done.
Thank you, Shah. Can we have the next print, please? We're just going to do a shout out to CR Kennedy, who are sponsoring the student category. CR Kennedy is one of New Zealand's foremost photographic, video, CCTV survey and medical importers and distributors. They are going to be at the trade stand, have a trade stand at the trade event under the Ilford banner. Please make sure you go and visit Gerard and his team for all your questions about brands available through CR Kennedy. Thank you. Okay, a couple more scores. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Can I have a comment, please? Yeah, go for it. Thanks, Shirley.
I love this beautiful moment. I'm hoping it's shot on film and not a added frame, because it's wonderful to see students working in long exposures in film. I would love to see this smaller to hark to the daintiness of a film, a frame as well, and stop down a couple of exposures. That big, bright white space in the middle could really do with more detail, and a darker image to hark to tonight would be really powerful as well.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next print, please? Your squat hold looks great, Russell. No, I'm not hurrying you. I was just congratulating you on your ability to squat in front of the image. Okay, we have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. Oh, thank you, Shah. Didn't even have to ask.
No, I just had something that I just wanted to say. I find that this is a really interesting depiction of a well-known scene. And normally, when you have buildings converging, it's normally something that would sort of catch your eye, and you think, oh no, that's not right. But actually, here in this image, it's actually worked perfectly, because it mimics the curve of the Milky Way up above there, those beautiful stars. So congratulations on producing something that's just a little bit different and sort of breaking one of the rules of photography. So that's what we want to see. That's absolutely brilliant. So well done.
Thank you, Shah. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, team. We have a score of 82, a silver award. And we've got a challenge from Roger. Take it away.
Look, this is a simple scene, well seen and captured at the decisive moment, really. I've written down a few words: gentle, atmosphere, classic. It's very understated, but it's actually beautifully done, and I think the photographer's nailed it. I love the birds, just in the right position, really. As, you know, if they're to the centre, but gives them space to move to the right side, which then balances with the landforms. And I'm really enjoying the gentle greys and layering, leading you through to the sea. I can imagine myself I can feel the wind, I can smell the salt, and it's got just enough in there to be rewarded.
Thank you, Roger. I'm going to come to Shah down the other end, but not actually that far off.
I find that I'm actually on 78, so very, very close to where you're sitting, Roger. I feel all those feels. I just feel that it was just a wee bit flat in terms of line. There's lots of cloud there, which is a big space, perhaps a little bit more detail, a little bit more contrast for me. I just felt the lighting was a little bit flat, but now that you've sort of brought up those points, I'll have another revisit. So thank you, Roger.
Thank you, Shah. Sarah Lee, your turn.
I also scored this an 85. I love how dark those highlights are. This is an overcast day, an overcast beach, and it's a really strong representation of what it's like. It's not pushed to look sunny. I do find that if the photographer had used the clarity slider just to bring a little bit more contrast into those details, but I also love the inclusion of the rippling water in the front. It creates that mood from the foreground all the way through to the background. And congratulations to the photographer on such an emotive landscape.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Anyone else want to add any comments? Otherwise, I'm going to hand it back to Roger. Take it away.
That's right. Look, this is a celebration of the ordinary, and often often we ignore the ordinary and we underestimate it, and so that's what this image is about. But it's a little bit more than that. The more time you spend with it, the more the eye's just drawn through the different layers, and there's actually quite a lot to explore. So I think it's a bit better than a silver, and I urge you just to rescore.
Yeah.
85.
Okay, judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 86, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Yeah, where you go, Roger.
I'll stop after this. Look, I think technically this has been appropriately handled. Composition-wise, I think it's just on. There's a couple of usually when things cross the frame, it doesn't feel right, but in this particular situation, I think it does. I think the photographer's made some clever choices with how they've cropped that hat on the right side, balanced with the rug on the left side. I love the rug, the curves and the shadows in that rug are just the hook for me. Overriding all this, this is just sort of classic sort of Dutch painter style, really, which I'm I enjoyed. So I think it's better than the bronze. Let's bring it up.
Thank you, Roger. I'm going to come to Russell. Yeah, you're next. You knew it. Thank you.
Roger, I sort of struggle with, to be honest, what is the hero of the image? Like, obviously, it's the bouquet, I would assume, and that's handled beautifully. But really, I'm seriously distracted by everything below the top of the chair. Really, I mean, what purpose is the hat? I mean, it might be an add to a story, but really, it takes my eye, and the material just sort of haphazardly sort of draped like that, catching all the light under the chair and under the vase itself, catches my eye as well and takes me away from really what should be the hero. Otherwise, the lighting and the exposures levels are lovely, but really my eye is wandering all over the place. And I scored at 74, and I sort of still feel kind of comfy there, to be honest.
Thank you, Russell. I'm going to hand it to Katie now. Take it away.
So I scored at 83, so I'm not far off where you are, Roger. I also I agree with everything that Russell just said as well. I find the bottom half of the image quite distracting. I really wish the hat wasn't there, and just like a crop right on the bottom edge as well, because there's kind of a drop off there on that timber bench top or whatever. But the thing is, the rest of the image is handled so impeccably, beautifully, that I'm sitting in that solid silver range and thinking that I would have gone way higher if it wasn't for those things. So it's interesting how Russell's at the lower end, but thinking similarly. I'm kind of just wanting to be more generous, because I think the handling of the lighting and the processing and the printing of this stunning vase of flowers and this beautiful fabric and texture is perfect. It's just beautiful. So I would say, like, you know, to anybody who's scoring like below the silver range should at least come up into silver. I'm considering going higher, but I just need to hear a few more words, I think, from Roger.
Thank you. Have we got anything new to add before I hand it back to Roger? Take it away.
Look, thank you. Technically, it's exquisite. The unresolved things, I guess, are around the narrative. Look, I guess at the end of the day, this is a scene from someone's household, and so the flowers obviously are the trophy piece, but there are other parts when you go, collecting the flowers. It might be cold. You may well have had a rug around you. Someone, people wear hats. The stuff's just there, but actually, I feel without those, the image would be stark. It softens them, and compositionally, the rug leads your eye up to the flowers, and then the hat balances the rug. So the photographer makes the choices the photographer makes, and for me, compositionally, it's worked. So I urge you just to let a few more points out of your judgy bags, and let's go.
Thank you, Roger. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. There's no judgy bags around here. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges, we have a score of 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment? Thank you, Katie.
Yeah, this is really interesting, dynamic. Love all the different tones of blue. I would consider printing this on different paper just to give a different sheen to that blue. It's almost a little too reflective. I was going to say to try desaturating slightly, but I actually think printing on different paper will serve the purpose. And just really focus you in on the tones and the different hues of blue.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? You give the assistant one job. Honestly. So how the panel chairing works, just so we're clear, I do all the talking and Nicola is amazing and she just needs to skip the screen over so that the people on the live screen know what image we're up to. It's a pretty cool little team to be part of for the day. Eh? Yeah. Oh, okay, we have a initial score of 83. However, we do have Shah in the gold range, so I'm going to hand it over to you to challenge.
This is absolutely beautifully presented, from the dark matte to the insert colours, to the shape, to the content, to the reflections. It's been beautifully printed. It's been beautifully seen. The reflections are, and the way that the image has been flipped is just absolutely perfect. I find it quite arresting. I almost feel like something's going to jump out of the middle and grab me. So I'm a little bit kind of unnerved, but I'm also in awe of this image. I've scored at 93.
Thank you, Shah. I'm going to come to Roger down the other end. Can we hear from you, please?
I felt this was an exercise in sort of post-processing, if you like, in the presentation in Photoshop rather than the photography, and that's so that was the first thing. The second thing is in terms of the actual printing, I thought some of the shadows were a bit muddy, and then finally in terms of, I wasn't quite sure where my eye was supposed to go in the image, and what the narrative was. Maybe there isn't a narrative. Maybe it's purely aesthetic, but the aesthetic to me just seemed a bit contrived rather than anything more than that. So if you can reassure me on those things, I'm happy to move up.
Thank you, Roger. Russell?
I scored this early silver distinction 85, but I'm going to back Shah. It's exquisitely presented, obviously, and a lot of thought has gone into that. Once again, I sometimes struggle with people trying to find a story or a narrative in something. It's either beautiful or it's not, really. And details and shadows and highlights and things like that. This is sort of an exercise in not design, but just an overall result, like an emotive. It just asks you to be emotively attracted or not to it. I'm highly emotively attracted to it. I think how it's been presented with the landscape sort of shape of it, the central. When I looked at those central dark areas coming towards each other, it almost gave me a look of eyes or something, and I just sort of felt like you crack open a rock. And that's the sort of the patterns you might get or something like that. It just feels so sort of kind of like New Zealand to me somehow, and it doesn't need to be. I don't need to identify anything in it for me to have my soul sort of stirred by it, if I could put it that way. So my soul is stirred, and I think I'll be coming up with Shah.
Thank you, Russell. Judges, have we anything new to add before I hand it back to Shah? It's all yours, my friend. That's okay. She was just turning Russell's microphone off. So now it's your turn, Shah.
Thank you, judges, and thanks for your support, Russell. And I think you've nailed it there by saying it stirred your soul, and image has done exactly that. You could turn this image vertically, and it would still work. It just has such an enduring quality, and I think Roger. there doesn't need to be a narrative here. You just need to sit with it and absorb it and enjoy it for what it actually is and what we've been presented. The muddy shadows at the end have no issue with that at all. It actually weights the image. It actually centres it. It makes your eye come into that slightly reddish area in the centre. So they actually add as anchor points, which gives the image balance. Photoshop techniques and those kind of things, they're processes and tools that we have to know to use to our advantage. And as part of the student category, this is what I would be absolutely proud if this was my student and they had listened and used the techniques that they'd been taught to produce something that is actually, a piece of art. It's organic, it's fluid, and it's well deserving of a gold.
Okay, thank you, Shah. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 89, a silver distinction, which is going to move us into the review. So just a moment, the suspense. Just wait for the system to catch up. And then judges, I want you to enter in either an 89 or a 90, please. And we have a score of 90, a gold award. Congratulations, well done. Take a breath. Can we have the next print, please? Oh, there's goosebumps on the panel. Well done. Okay, we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Oh, okay, Roger, you take it away, my friend. You can challenge.
I gave this 83. I gave it 83. Really, I enjoyed the attitude of it. Really, it's a photograph with attitude. It's got its imperfections, but it's what the kids do these days. It's funky. The choice of pink as the background, that sort of grotesque looking bit of lace hanging down at the side, sort of fits with that up yours sort of attitude. And it's an image you'll remember, I think. And I just think it's a bit cheeky and in your face, and therefore I gave it a silver.
Thank you, Roger. I am going to come to you, Russell, but I'm going to go to Katie first, please, down the other end, and then hand it over to Russell. Thank you.
So, yeah, maybe I've been a little harsh. I've given it 70. I think it sits as good professional practice, and I do enjoy the colour palette and the use of lens and angle, but I just find it really hard to engage with because I can't really see the expression or the communication from the subject. I think it's the glasses, there's a really strong light from the flash in the glasses, and they also look like they need it clean, and I hate to be picky, but those things are just interfering with my ability to connect with the subject and the image. So that's why it's sitting there for me.
I have to concur with Katie, actually. Just to score something, because it's sort of attitudinal, is just not enough. I mean, it's a photographic competition, so the lighting the hands are muddy, they're discoloured in places. I just find my eye sort of distracted by that. It's a great idea, it's a good concept, but the lighting has just let it down a little bit. The bottom hand is broad to the light as well, and just boom, it's in your face, as it were, as the whole thing is, of course. And having said that, I sort of compliment the photographer for what they're trying to do here. Just a little bit of tidying up near the end might have helped it a lot, I think.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything else to add, judges? Otherwise, I'm going to hand it back to Roger. We are on 76, a bronze.
Look, I mean, teenagers don't necessarily always want to connect, do they? That's probably part of the point, and they do things that are in your face and piss you off. And so I think to me, that's what this image is conveyed, really. Yes, it's not perfect, but it's communicated that to me, and I think that's what the photographer is trying to do. So I just wanted to reward that.
Thank you, Roger. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Great discussion. Can we have the next print, please? We have some pretty cool things happening over the coming days. Tonight we have the print auction by auctioneer extraordinaire Mark Rosetto. If you are in Christchurch and you want to come down and have a look through the print gallery, that all of the award entries are now displayed, well, they will be by the end of today. Most of them, all of yesterday's and the day before, are on display in the gallery. And then at 5 p.m. at 25, I think that's what it's called, next door to the Majestic, we are going to have a print auction. And then following on from that, at 7 p.m, we are going to have the Iris Awards wrap party, thanks to Canon, where we will be announcing, not me personally, we'll be announcing the Iris category finalists along with the finalists for New Zealand and Australian Photographers of the Year. And I am waiting for one judge to enter a score. Okay, we have an initial score of 85, a silver with distinction. However, we have Roger in the gold range, so take it away.
This is a piece of masterful landscape photography, in my opinion. It's technically perfectly handled. The tonal range and the palette is just, it's creamy, it's soft, it's gentle, it's smooth. The tonal range is bang on, but really this is an image about rhythm, about placement, about lines. It's really, really cleverly handled. I was up there because there's so much to see, and when you look at where the photographer has placed the camera to arrange the furniture, if you like, is spot on. No line clashes with another line. There's mainly verticals, but there's also horizontals, and they're mirrored in the sky as well if you look closely. But the thing that took me to gold, and I almost missed, was that human. Just a vertical line on the right side. So I think this just is a demonstration of a superior art of craft and vision. So I think it deserves a gold.
Thank you, Roger. Normally I would come to the lower scorer, but they are standing up at looking at the print. So Russell, you wanted to add something, and then we'll come to Katie after that.
Yeah, I won't add too much because Roger's said it all really. I scored at 86 and I'll go into gold quite easily as well. I was a bit gutless scoring at that, to be honest. The human just is a wonderful element when you find it when you go in there, but just where it's sharp is beautiful as well, right in the foreground there where the join is on the ramp, and it's just a beautiful palette and really lovely piece of art.
Thank you, Russell. Katie, can we hear from you, please?
So the first thing that struck me was how beautiful the print is. It is really exquisitely printed, especially given how subtle the colour tones are and the scene, like that type of lighting, you know, so the photographer's done an amazing job on that. I miss the person. So now that I've seen the person, I have an anchor, because my biggest issue before, and I had scored at 77, so I was already like, you know, in award range, but my biggest issue was that I didn't know where to settle. I didn't know what to rest on, and I kept going around in circles. Now that I've seen the person, thank you, Roger, I feel more settled, and I'm really happy to come up.
Thank you, Katie. Have we got anything new to add, judges? Otherwise, I'm going to hand it back to Roger. The mic is all yours.
I don't think I need to do too much, but I will point out one other thing which I've just noticed, is that diagonal pole. That adds a bit of tension to it, and I think that's a piece of genius, and it actually points to the person. It's giving you a clue about where to look. So look, I think we all know what we've got to do.
Thank you, Roger. Judges,
you.
please rescore. And we have a score of 90, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. One more score. We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Katie.
Well done. This is really great engagement, high impact as far as the subject goes. I love that it's unconventional, really enjoying the textures. The thing I would watch is the placement of the subject standing, just where her foot is showing underneath the other woman's legs. It's really distracting, and I just wish it wasn't there. It kind of just adds an awkwardness to it in what would otherwise be a really strong, powerful image. So yeah, just something to work on for next time.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 74, a professional standard. Yeah, if you'd like to.
I love the grittiness of this landscape here. Like the post-production's really amplified all the different texture. It may have gone a little too far with that, and just with the print quality, I feel like the paper choice ICC profile doesn't match, there's a lot of excess density in your blacks that really blocks it up, and it's actually quite difficult to view under this light due to those reflections and the conflict in the printing itself.
Thank you, Sarah Lee, for your comment. Can we have the next print, please? Just if you're new to listening to the judging, I just wanted to let you know how an automatic challenge is triggered. So an automatic challenge is when a judge scores 10 or more points above the calculated average, or when there is someone in the gold range. So that's how we know when we're going to go to an automatic challenge. Okay. We have an initial score of 86, a silver with distinction, but we do have 2 people in the gold range. And yes, Shah, that's all you. Way you go. Russell's with you. You're on 94. Go for it.
Whoever created this image, be prepared to have someone like Balenciaga or Dior or someone like that knocking at your door. This has huge, huge commercial appeal. I can imagine this in a fashion campaign for a perfume or a product or something like that. It's absolutely beautifully handled. The darkness on the edges and in the centre just mimic the fluidity of the lighting around the glass subjects in the middle. It's been beautifully handled. The crop and the matting is absolutely perfect for this image. It's been well seen, it's been well thought out, it's been beautifully presented and captured, and it has such a high commercial value. I'm incredibly impressed, and I've scored it 94.
Thank you, Shah. I'm going to come to Sarah Lee or Roger, one of you. Sarah Lee. Oh, she's got a shot from the mic. There you go.
Static again. So I scored this a 78. Thank you so much for the context of commercial. I was initially reading this as conceptual fine art and not finding it conceptual enough, but now it makes beautiful sense in terms of a study of the reflections of a glass. And I'm going to be coming up. I love how sitting from here I can see blues which aren't actually in the print, but that's an optical illusion that I'm looking into the image. One thing I do find quite interesting is that my eye keeps getting drawn down to the 5 o'clock position with those really bright reds, those little flares coming up. And I do find that that's just leading my eye out of the image. But yeah, credit to the photographer. Beautiful work.
What was your score, Sarah Lee?
78.
Thank you. Yeah, Roger, you can add something. And then I'll come to you, Russell.
Yeah. One of the main things I wouldn't mind having resolved is that 5 o'clock thing.
Okay.
I just can't help but keep going back there.
Yep.
So if you can
I
fix
can
that
help you
for
with
me,
that.
thanks. Good.
Okay, Russell, your turn.
Right. I was a bit gutless scoring at only 90. I mean, apart from being just beautiful to look at, this photographer knows exactly what they're doing, and every element that we're looking at has been put in there on purpose. There are no mistakes here. 2 of the things that I enjoyed the most was the little play of light in the handle or the knob or whatever, if you like, on top of the glass. I thought that was quite lovely. It's got like an infinity symbol there, which I thought was beautiful. And then I really enjoyed the entrance and the little lick of that red at the bottom right at the 5 o'clock, because what that just instantly sort of said to me was, we need heat, we need fire, we need that to make glass look like glass does. And if that was gone, it would just be in sort of an exercise, still albeit a beautiful exercise in symmetry. But I love the tension, the edge tension that brings to the whole thing. And I believe the photographer has well and truly put that there on purpose for us to be drawn to it for a reason. That's my reason. You may have a different one, but I'd like you to sort of look at that again and see how educated this person is in their thinking.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything else to add? Otherwise, we're going to go to Shah, who's been frantically note-taking. Take it away, Shah.
Yeah, thank you for your support, Russell, and I'm hoping that your comments too have alleviated some of the ambiguity that you were feeling at 5 o'clock. You're absolutely right, Russell. Fire, passion. This is what this element, this image has, and also from a creative director point of view, that could be what the narrative is. Perhaps the product, has, if it was a perfume, perhaps it does have a fire element, and you would be able to work that into the story and into the advertising of a particular product. So I think that yes, you're right, Russell. It's absolutely and totally deliberate, and it just adds that fluidity and the movement. So look, it does have tension. The infinity symbol, perfect. It's just an absolute optical feast. It's just amazing. So we're on Mum 94, and I think we can do this image justice with a gold, please.
Thank you, Shah. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 92, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Can we have a blank screen, sorry? Judge, print handlers, can we have a blank screen? I'm just going to swap a judge over. Thank you, sorry. Can we, Katie, you can take a break. And Charlotte, if you'd like to come on. I'll just give Charlotte a chance to log in. Okay, we all good, Charlotte? Can we have the next print, please? Okay, one more score. And we have a score of 85, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Russell. No, there's nothing more you can do. You can comment.
No, I can't do anything else. Just comment. That's it.
Just comment.
Okay.
You're all within COE of 88, 88.
Yeah, I effed up, I think, just scoring at 88. Anyway, we'll leave it there. It's beautiful, and it's not only an exercise in design, but I just really was intrigued when really it's a reflection not only from top to bottom, but from left to right as well. So it's extremely well conceived and beautifully delivered, and, congratulations to the photographer.
Thank you, Russell. Can we have the next print, please? Just if you're wondering how the judging works there's an average score given, and if someone is 5 points or more out, then there's the ability to challenge that print there. Everyone was in within Kui in the 80s, so that's how that just sat there at silver distinction. Okay, judges, we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Yeah, Shah, we have a comment from you.
Yeah, congratulations on your bronze award. I fully appreciate what a challenging environment this is to photograph in. I've been there myself. I think in this instance that perhaps less is more here. There's a lot of very strong graphic lines here. The first image has a very bright highlight on the floor, which needs to be addressed. So, perhaps that could have been your hero image, because the way that the rocks are shaped, it almost looks like two faces coming into kiss. So perhaps just look at the images a little bit more individually and work on them from there. But incredibly well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, Shah. Can we have the next print, please? One more score. And we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Sarah Lee.
To me, I read the concept of CDs coming back from the dead, which is very sweet. When creating a composite, I think this is composited, just make sure that the sharpness of the earth is reflected in the sharpness of the hand, and that you've actually got that depth of field continuity through all your components as well. And keep going. I mean, I love the lighting on the hand. Perhaps the shadows are a wee bit too dark, but keep exploring all these techniques. Well done.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 83, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Sarah Lee.
Thumbelina. I think this is such a beautiful little concept and a little story. The composition is gorgeous. A few points to consider: that the lady in blue is disappearing. She's a lot less obvious than the one in orange, sorry. And just with the lighting, to create more of that mood and more of that sort of Renaissance effect, look into the Rembrandt lighting and just softening up all those highlights and those shadows. But fabulous, it's so wonderful to see such a strong narrative.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 85, a silver with distinction. However, Shah, you're up in the gold range, so I'm going to hand it over to you. Take it away.
Absolutely, 100% in the gold range here. I scored at 93. This just sits beautifully within the frame. The straightness of the lines and the leaves is just beautiful. It delineates the halves of the image. The softness of the colour palette against that harsh, dark background just sets it out and gives it a three-dimensional quality. The decay around the edges is beautiful. It's harmonious. It's something that you would use as a basis to make jewellery. It's a piece of fine art. You would walk into someone's home and see that hanging on the wall, and it just has such an enduring quality. The printing has been well handled. The lighting is superb. There's nothing that doesn't have detail. I've scored at 93, and I encourage the judges to have another look at this.
Thank you, Shah. I'm going to come to Russell down the other end. Thank you.
Way down the other end. I know I'm normally your buddy, mate, but it's a still life, and so I can't see giving it a gold just because it's a pretty thing. It's a photograph, and so I don't think the lighting is as sympathetic as it could be to this. I find that at the bottom of the beginning of the central stalk, if you like, or central vein running up the leaf, is glaring quite heavily and takes my eye there where it doesn't really need to. I sort of ask myself, trying to be kind, is it a source of energy running up through the leaf? And I think, could play with that idea, but really it just hasn't sort of done it for me. It's a nice study, but is it really that great?
Thank you, Russell. Thank you, Roger. I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, I'm with you, Shah. I thought it's a portrait of a leaf, and I think that in itself is interesting. But to me, it spoke of transitions of life and the beauty of each transition of life. So the leaf it's almost in the skeletal, isn't it? But there's the pre-skeletal there as well. The connections you bring with the human life cycle is where it touches me, and the beauty of older age. I don't know whether there's a beauty in death as well. Maybe there is. I just think it's simple, but it works, and it hasn't been overhand. It's nuanced, really. It hasn't been overdone.
Thank you, Roger. Have we got anything else to add? Otherwise, we're going to listen to the novel that Shah's just written in her notebook. Oh, way you go, Charlotte. You go for it.
I may as well. I was right down the other end. I was down the other end at 76 on this one, kind of for the same reasons as Russell. However, the longer I'm sitting with this, the more I'm actually appreciating the really metallic tones in the image that I didn't quite notice straight away. So there's lovely hints of bronze and gold there, and I think that's it's really added something extra to the experience, especially those bright highlights on the left. The highlight at the bottom did bother me the same way it bothered Russell. But yeah, I'm definitely listening.
Okay, we're going to listen to Shah. She's got a whole page.
Yep.
She's still writing.
We could be some time. Okay.
Okay, that's enough. Full stop. Where you go.
Can I just address the highlight at the bottom? That's your anchor point. That's your proof of life, if you like. That's where it all starts from. You have to have a central point. The metallic tones and the bronze and the golds, I think the photographer here has been quite smart, because putting a gold in there sort of puts it into our head that maybe this does need to be a gold. But and I applaud that. But that's what gives it its warmth and its humanity, even though it is an inanimate object. Roger, you said beauty in death, you said simple, you said nuanced, and that is exactly what this image is. It is life cycle, it is transition, it is skeletal, and I think that it has been laid bare here for us in an absolutely stunning way. So I really encourage you, judges, now that we've had time to sit with it, you always do. This is the beauty of this process, is that the longer you sit with things, the more you see. So I think we can pop this into gold. Thank you.
Thank you, Shah. Judges, can you please rescore? And we have a score of 87, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please? I'm just going to swap a couple of judges over. Oh, are we getting plunged into darkness? We are, right? It's not my light. That's not my eyes. Okay, cool. All right. Russell, you can take a break. Whoa, we're really dark in here. And Jace, can you come on, please? Thank you. Have you got shoes on? He's got jandals. Okay, cool. Yesterday you were in bare feet, I think. Okay, and Roger, you can hop off for a break. And Mark, can we have you on, please? I'm just going to hand it over to Nicola while I run to the bathroom, which is information you don't really need, but here we are. Just overshare. Okay, I'm handing over. I'll be back.
You're all logged in? Good to go. Next print, please. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Like that. Cool. Would someone like to comment? Shah? Or Sarah Lee? You can fight it out. Yeah.
Static. No static this time. I love the storyline with the beautiful pearls and the shells. I think for this, changing the background would really benefit it. Those colours, those pastel shells, the beautiful lightness through all those pearls, and then this very dark background. So do keep exploring these sorts of techniques, and it's wonderful to see, but do really think of colour harmony, colour palette, and colour toning as well.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. Have a comment. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, I scored this in 82, right on the money. From a concept and an idea, or the story that I'm getting is the telephone and newspaper is dead. It's kind of gone. From the concept is fantastic, but the execution could be handled a little bit better. But I'd really encourage the photographer to keep exploring this. The vivid greens are just too bright for something that is supposed to be dying, if you know what I mean. And I know that it's trying to contrast itself, but you just need to play a little bit more in this space. But as an idea, I think it's really cool.
Thank you, Mark. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 81, a silver award. And Jace is going to challenge. Thank you.
Yeah, I was in the silver distinction range, and I did feel a little bit nervous putting that 87 down, but the more time I spend, the happier I feel. Such a minimalist and abstract image with just enough literalism coming through in that hand, and so well put together color-wise. Somehow with a cool color advancing and a warm background receding is doing something interesting, and it feels like it's adding a little twist that I found really pleasing. And the overall shape is handled well for a sort of free-form sort of technique. I think it's been executed quite well, so I'd like to hear from some of the other judges.
Thank you, Jace. We're going to hear from Charlotte, who is down the other end.
Okay, so I'm at 74 on this one, which is nearly into award range, so I can definitely be talked up. I was waiting for someone to chime in and explain this to me in a little bit more detail, so thank you for that. I definitely appreciate the colour scheme. I think that beautiful complementary scheme works nicely. It's funny because warm colours often, cool colours often recede and warm colours sort of come to the fore, and this is kind of an opposite of this, which is quite interesting. I think the main thing that held me back was just a lack of definition in the top right of the image. I'm sort of trying to work out what that is exactly. It's very abstract, so maybe it doesn't matter. The other thing was the crop. There's so much movement going on here, and I feel it's really constrained by this tall vertical crop. I would just love a little bit more space for all this movement to sort of flow around within. But yeah, I definitely see, I will be coming up, and I definitely see a lot of positive attributes with this, so well done to the photographer.
Thank you, Charlotte. Can I hear from someone else? Anyone else want to add something? Yes, Char? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I scored at 87, so I'm up there with you. Ooh.
We just got plunged into darkness. It's okay.
That's
all
how
the
it
other
used to
tech
be
still.
in the olden days.
The tech is still working, so carry on, Char.
Okay, oh, thank you. You're absolutely bang on in terms of the composition here. I think one of the areas that we haven't addressed is that beautiful triangle at the bottom of those dark shadows that just really anchors the image, that brings us up to that vertical line cutting through. So I think that's all part of that composition. I think we'll never know what those wispy bits at the side are, but it just adds to the movement and it adds to the balance. If you talk about it in time, in like a scale perhaps, where you've got one weighted at the bottom, one at the top. So it does have a really interesting dynamic and interesting move. So yeah, I'm on my 87.
Thank you, Shah, and well done to carrying on talking as the lights came on and off. You did very well to hold it all together. Have we got anyone else that wants to add something? Otherwise, Jace, you're staring at me. Go for it.
Yeah, I think as I've looked for longer, I think what is most powerful in the end is that there's an emotional communication here. I feel a real interesting balance between pain and elegance. To take what I think is arms and hands, but create overall kind of a human form that transcends what it's made of, and the movement and that dragging fingers, I think, on the top right feels tense and painful, but at the same time the whole thing feels quite delicate and elegant. So I think that the color contrast just really plays with that, I think, well, and works together. So let's rescore.
Thank you, Jace. Thanks for doing my job for me. As Jace said, please rescore. We're a team here. We're a team. Okay, I'm just waiting on one more, and we have a score of 86, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? If you are on the live stream, I strongly encourage you to come to live judging at some point in the coming years, because it is so cool to watch the judges moving around the print, standing back, coming in close. That's what that long, awkward silence is while we wait. They also get their steps up, which I don't. Okay, we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Mark.
So I was actually at 73, so congratulations on your bronze award. For me to take it higher would be to just be more defiant on what the story is. So clearly there is a story there, but when you've got the writing on different bits of paper and things, sometimes the clarity needs to come out a bit further. It might be obvious to you, but for someone that hasn't seen it, it needs to be, you need the gem in there, that third element that makes you spark and go, oh, that's what we're trying to get out of this. And there's concept there, but just needs more of a refinement.
Thank you, Mark. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we're just waiting on one more score. We have a score of 71, a professional standard. Can I have a comment for the entrant, please? Thank you, Shah. Thank you, Shah.
Yeah, thank you to the entrant for popping in a very innovative portrait. I like the play of the devil's advocate with the apple, but the softness of the crown at the top. I just think that sometimes with posing, particularly with hands, it just needs a little bit more refinement and finesse. The fingers are actually hold a lot of tension, and the hand is very strong at the bottom and just sneaking out of that frame. But it's a really interesting concept, and I really encourage you to keep working with this. So, well done.
Thank you, Shah. Mark just wants to add one more thing.
Just a quick comment. When it comes to anything in the boudoir space, it's more mysterious, the kind of like a less is more scenario. So just watch your lighting and just, if you photographed exactly the same subject in a different way with a more of a dynamic lighting, you'd find that it would elevate your photography a lot more.
Thank you, Mark. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you. Oh, Jason Shah, who wants to go? Oh, okay, Jace, all yours.
Look, it's an iconic location to be shooting a landscape, and I like your interpretation. A bit of Hockney, a bit of some interesting references there visually. I think to be more successful, we need to look at the time of day. The brightness in the sky on the left is really drawing the eye away from the real good guts of the image, where all the detail is in the landscape. So tricky one, but maybe using that interesting crop more creatively could have gone somewhere cool.
Oh, everyone else wants to make a comment. Charlotte, did you want to add something just quickly? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I really love the natural film frame around the edge, but I feel that the way that it's been printed and mounted into the mat, it's actually, the cutout is actually coming in over the top of the frame, and I feel a little bit more space around that natural black border would just give the print a little bit of room to breathe and really show off that lovely natural effect of that.
Thank you, thank you, Charlotte. I was going to say Shah. Can we have a blank screen, please? Shah and Charlotte. It's tricky for me at this time. Okay. I don't want your full name. You can actually, Shah, take a break. Now, we're going to, yep, you can take a break, yes. And Kirsten, can we have you back on, please? And Sarah Lee, you can take a break. And Katie, can we have you back on, please? Give you a chance to log in. Yeah, I think Katie, just do that. Yep. We do love you. It's just for whatever reason you're not loaded in the system. Just this time. Okay, room 2 print handlers. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thanks, Jace.
Look, lovely still life sort of studio experimentation. I think what is maybe being presented as what I felt like should be a reverent portrait of sort of an homage to music and musical instruments didn't quite land because the lighting choices haven't been supporting that message. It feels harsh where it should feel loving, and so the strong highlights on the saxophone and dark shadows in some other areas and lack of separation hasn't quite met the reverence I was looking for, but I like where you're going, so keep playing in the studio.
Thank you, Jace. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 73, a professional standard. Can I have a comment from someone for the entrant, please? Or I will sing. Thanks, Jace.
I can do it again if no one else is going to. Yeah, there's a conceptual portrait here, which is interesting. I think when there's no face present, the only thing we land on is the bright hands, and then they're not sharp. And so I feel like they're being the lack of sharpness tells me they're not important, but the brightness tells me they are important. And then they're not communicating much else. And so then you kind of wander around, and without a face to land on, you get a bit lost. So yeah, I think there's an idea here that could go somewhere though.
Thank you, Jace. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 73, a professional standard. However, Katie, you are well up in the silver range, so we are going to hear from you, please.
Great. Okay. I hope I've got a bit of support here. This is an epic scene. It almost looks otherworldly. There's so much detail in the print. It's just fascinating. I mean, you could get lost in that little, universe of penguins. Like, I bet you can see conversations happening, communities being built, families forming. Like, there's just so much happening there. So I'd encourage you to have another look. I love the capture of the actual weather, the dreaminess, the fog or sea mist in the air. Yes, there are some technical areas that probably need a bit of work, but I guess that's why I've scored it silver and not silver distinction or gold. I just don't see how this isn't anything but a silver. Just it's been really expertly captured, and despite some of the areas of lack, I think it's a really strong image with a lot of merit.
Thank you. We're going to come to you, Jace. You're down the other end.
I thought you were. I scored the 65, which is a pretty long way from where you're at. But I'm prepared to listen for sure. It is an epic scene, and I said this yesterday as well, that sometimes what is a life-changing moment for a photographer can skew their perception of the photo, and when you put it in front of a bunch of people who weren't there and didn't have that moment, it loses its power a little bit. And I think that might be what's happening here, where, like, sure, standing amongst a whole army of penguins is probably incredible, but before me, as I see it, this is ended up being a photo of a really bright wave that's got some penguins in the foreground. I don't see the rich detail that you're talking about. I feel like the detail is missing or soft, and I feel like the post-production treatment has let it down a little bit with the darkness in the sky. And I feel like the paper choice ultimately has left me struggling with it. So I think this was probably an incredible life moment and will be a good memory to record that, but I'm not seeing what you're seeing.
Thank you, Jace. Can we hear from someone else if there's something to add? Charlotte? Yeah, go for it.
I was also down there. I was at 68 on this one. I think it is an amazing moment, and I do think this image has a lot of potential. There's some really great elements in there. I feel the bottom is a bit heavy. I think you could probably get away with cropping up from the bottom a little, just to sort of minimise that dark mass at the bottom. I feel the top left corner is a little bit too heavy as well, and that sort of draws me up into there. And then you've got that really blown out bit through the centre. I just feel that this image could do really well and could really shine just with a little bit more refined editing, just maybe not pushing those dark and light tones so much. Let the subject matter shine rather than the edit.
Thank you, Charlotte. Mark, you had something to add.
Just really quickly, I stood this as 74. This would be one of those shots that you try lots of different editing processes and skills with and different paper choices, and you'll come out with very different outlooks. So I think the subjects are all in there, but it's very busy, but it's just the handling of the way it's been edited and then printed. I think with a different editing choice and a different paper choice and a different, workflow, I think it might have had an effect.
Thank you, Mark. Do we have any further comment? Otherwise, I'll hand it back to you, Katie.
Okay, well, look, maybe I'm out of my own. I have never been lucky enough to see penguins like this in real life, and this takes me to a place that I want to experience and I want to go there. And I think what actually really probably stands out the more I think about it is the fact that it's different to most of the photographs that I have seen of scenes like this, maybe because we're seeing green rather than snow. And so there is a quality to this which is, quite magical looking and unique. And I suppose, considering what you just said, Mark, about the editing, I think the photographers made a very deliberate choice about this, about how they've handled that, maybe to enhance that feeling. So, and I do see a lot of detail. I mean, I can see penguins, there's a couple that are fully tipped over, having a little dance party by themselves. Like, it just, to me, it's got a lot of interest and intrigue. And yes, there are technical issues. I totally see that. I guess if they weren't there, I would have gone a lot higher. So I would just encourage like a few extra points, maybe you don't bring it to silver, but just to reward the photographer for their vision and for what they've attempted to do here.
The initial score is 73. Okay, judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 72, a professional standard. Can I have some feedback for the entrant, please? Thank you, Charlotte. Or Katie, either of you. You both lean forward. Charlotte, yeah, thank you.
I think this is a really interesting concept. So congratulations to the photographer for doing something different. I really applaud that. Where I feel some areas it could be improved, the top of the image is very fuzzy. It's not in focus and the quality isn't very high. I think with this very minimalistic kind of look, you really need to make sure all these elements are nicely sharp, that they really sort of contribute to the story. So just with a little bit of extra technical refinement, I think this could go further.
Thank you, Charlotte. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Kirsten.
Okay, so this is just a really kind of whimsical little image of a little girl with her little butterfly book and guidebook in hand, and all these lovely butterflies floating around her, and just the comic element of the magnifying glass. I think what would have elevated it a little bit more for me is maybe just a little bit more separation with that magnifying glass, maybe slightly further away from her face and slightly over so the eyes weren't so joined together in the middle. But really great concept, and congratulations to the photographer.
Thank you, Kirsten. Mark just wanted to add something.
Really quick one. If the photographer's kind of listening in the room, go check out Kelly Brown's image of the little girl on the book with the butterflies as well. It's a very similar concept, but just from a interesting point of view, kind of check it out. I think you'll enjoy it.
Thank you, Mark. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 90, a gold. However, we do have one person up in the gold distinction range. So, Mark, you take it away.
Okay, so I'm at 98 with this. Like, I've seen thousands of images, and to be honest, when I didn't look at the TV first, I looked at the print, and when the print came out, my heart jumped, and I was like, oh, yes! Like, and that's extremely rare to see something like that. And then I kind of just sat with it, and I was like, I just love this. This is so beautifully crafted in so many ways. For starters, it's the printing, it's super soft. There's easy that you, in terms of soft, and not kind of sharpness soft, in softness of the image, like there's no banding in the whites, in the blacks, which is what I expected to see from a student straight away to be able to control that. The pose of the person is perfect. The sword is horizontal. You just get enough light glimmering on the face, that little, the nose, the side of the mouth. Everything's lit that needs to be lit in the right way. And it's an image that I can imagine printed on like a 20-meter billboard of something of like, you know, the last kind of samurai story. The way that they photograph through the grass, the reeds, everything has got detail, but everything's soft at the same time, which just makes it whimsical in terms of it's just exceptional creativity. It's highly enduring quality. This is one of those shots that I'll just remember forever because of the way that it's been handled and presented. And the photographers the crop ratio is just really easily balanced. It's awesome.
Thank you, Mark. Can we please hear from you, Jace? You're not far off, but just slightly down.
I feel pretty far off. I was 86, which is silver distinction. I'm definitely moving up. I'm just thinking really hard about how far. Things that made me hesitate to go higher straight away. I feel like I don't know if it's the paper choice or the handling of the tone curve or something with the, so much space is dedicated to that dark foreground grass. And I did feel like it wasn't handled quite right. And I think there's some bronzing or some blocking up of tones or something happening in there. And it feels like a technical nitpick, but it is 2/3 of the image, or at least half the image. It feels like 2/3 of the image because it's so heavy, and so it dominates. And so I wanted to find it contributing and not detracting in any way. I felt like from a distance, there's a sense of movement in that grass, and then when I got there, it didn't feel like that anymore somehow. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. And so I'm not sure if there's movement or not movement, or whether it's a sharpness issue or a rendering of the detail that I sort of felt windswept from back here, and then when I got up there, it sort of broke the spell a little bit. And then the last thing is the choice, the hat down over the subject's face. I understand is probably a deliberate choice, and maybe could be quite meaningful, but it made it hard for me to connect with the subject. And so, talk to me about those things, because you're seeing something pretty magical here, and I want to get on board with that train.
Thank you, Jace. Oh, everyone wants to talk. Okay, so who wants to go? Kirsten, you go next, and then we'll go Katie and then Charlotte. Thank you.
I gave this a 91, and I'm in support with Mark here. I'm actually going to bring my score up into the gold distinction range. I think the bottom of the picture, where the person has been centered, I think the depth of the bottom half of the picture actually draws you up into the person. The one little thing that I had stopped me scoring this higher was the lightness on the left-hand side, but what Mark talked about, and I hadn't quite noticed, and after taking a second look, is the light I saw it hitting the hat, but it is beautifully hitting the side of the face, the side of the arm, and the sun's obviously coming in from that direction, so that's how it should be and how it should look. And tonally, it's just beautiful. So yeah, I'm at 91, but I'm coming up in support with Mark to distinction.
Thank you, Kirsten. And Katie, your turn.
It's nice to be able to sit and look at it for longer. I think this is a very poetic image, and I want to just address something that was said before about the heavy foreground. That's actually one of the things I like the most about it. I've scored at 87, by the way. I kind of feel like it mimics the actual subjects, the fact that they're wearing a dark piece of clothing with a light coloured hat, that's very similar to the actual scene itself, and so there's a poetry in the way that that's being mimicked. So I really enjoy that about it. What kept me out of gold is that I thought, and I'm totally prepared to accept that this might be incorrect, but I thought I could see cloning on the outside edges of the image, which they've done to extend the canvas. And I agree with Mark, what you said about the ratio, the crop ratio is perfect, and so they've made a good choice there, but like, I just can't, once I see something like that, I find it really hard to unsee it, and I may be wrong, but it's bothering the heck out of me. And I'm trying to overlook it and look at all the other beautiful qualities, because there are many. So I really want to come up. But the one other thing that I just wish that there was more of a decisive moment, because the subject themselves is quite static in what seems to be a moving, breathing kind of environment. And I just wish that there was another moment. I would have gone straight there into the high gold if that was the case as well.
Charlotte, yours.
Finally, I get the chance to speak. Yes, I agree. There are maybe some cloning issues. I especially saw one little repeated bit of V-shaped grass on the right-hand side. However, I think this has so much to offer as a conceptual piece. I'm usually not a fan of an image being divided in two like this, but then I feel like this unknown, unnamed warrior is on the cusp of diving into a battle between good and evil, and they're going to be the decider. And the sword held out to the side is that neutral sort of feeling just before. Jace, you said something about the lack of movement in the grass. I feel like it's the calm before the storm. I feel like that stillness is something that contributes to the story. I think if the grasses were waving, it might add an extra aesthetic appeal, but I don't think it contributes to the story as well. So I'm not sure if I'm coming up to gold with distinction. I was on 88, by the way. Better mention that. But I'm definitely coming up to gold. Yeah.
Thank you, Charlotte. I'm going to hand it back to Mark. Take it away.
Okay, awesome. Love this. So a few quick things, there's the tension of the black and the darkness with the warrior who's about to strike. The movement of the grass, if you actually think what I've seen through this, it's not a cropping, it's not a cloning issue. The issue is, which is not the issue, it's a very deliberate thing, the photographer's photographing so closely through the grass, like it's so closely through the grass that it looks like a cloning issue because it's so blurred out because the photographer's so close to the grass. I don't know how to explain that any better. Like, especially if you look, and it's because it's not just those two on the right hand side, Katie, that I can see exactly what you're talking about. If you look throughout the entire grass area, you can see that the grass is like, I'm just imagining it's touching the lens. Like, it is so blurred because it's so close and they're shooting straight through it, which means the technical skill to be able to get the warrior completely sharp when things are so much surrounded you, that's where I see that kind of cloning. That's my story anyway. But in terms of the mysteriousness, the movement of the grass, and I just think that the image itself is pretty epic. I don't have anything else to add. Just to address the clone, I don't think it's a clone. I think it's just grass really, 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 really ridiculously close. So
Thank you,
yeah,
Mark.
I'm at 98. Let's go. What am I doing? A gold distinction.
Thank you, Mark. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 95, a gold with distinction. Congratulations. Great discussion, judges. Can we have a blank screen, please? I'm just going to swap Mark out. Thank you so much for your time. Not a reflection on anything other than we'll give you a break. And Roger, would you like to come back on, please? Okay, are you all good there, Roger? Logged in? Okay. Print handlers in room 2, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. This is going to go to review, so if anyone wants to challenge it up, have a discussion, yeah, go for it, Roger. All yours.
Delicate, brave. The photographers brought something to the party here, I feel, just with the choices they've made. I mean, I'm a sucker for minimalism, and this is a good example of minimalism. It's a delicate wheel. Well, I'm not actually sure what it is, but it's something that drops off a tree, I guess, and floats its way down. And that's why the photographers made those choices. It's technically on the money. And it's something a bit fresh and unique. The obvious thing would be to do a lot tighter crop. But to me, it becomes more powerful because of the space it's given. And the space is possibly the story, which is that these things fall off branches and fall to the floor. And that's how, how life renews itself, I guess. What was your score? I scored 85.
Thank you, Roger. Can we hear from Katie, please? You were down the other end.
Yeah, I scored at 76. I think it sits really well in a bronze, and I really want to reward the photographer for their brave choice, because it is, it is like putting an image like this in, especially when there's so much negative space and it's so light. It is a risk, because some people might just not resonate with it. But to come up higher, I feel like it needs to be printed slightly darker, because it is really hard to see. Especially the top part. The part that I want to see the most is like the delicate little hairs, and it's quite tricky. And I think that if it was just a subtle, rather than the background being white, make it just that, just not quite white. And, if it was that, then I would be right up there with you, Roger. I also think maybe the paper choice could help if it was printed on a slightly different paper. But I really appreciate the negative space, and I love the sense of movement that implies. I am definitely willing to move, so let's see what other people have to say.
Thank you, Katie. Judges, have we got anything else to add? Thank you, Kirsten.
Yep, so look, I love all the, I gave this an 81, so I'm in silver. I think the photographer should be rewarded for the concept. I think the use of the negative space is really beautiful. What held me back from scoring it higher is just a little bit of the softness, but I do think under the lighting that we've got up there, you do have to get below the lighting to be able to see the detail. And once you do that, I think it is strong enough that it is worthy of a silver. So not sure I can quite get up to silver distinction, but I think we should be rewarding the photographer with more than bronze.
Thank you, Kirsten. Have we got anything new to add? No? Okay, back to you, Roger. All yours.
I've had another look at it. It is sharp, and it is the blacks and the dark tones are where they should be. It's a bit of a victim, I think, of how things have to be presented for this competition. But if you can imagine this as a massive piece on a wall, then the beautiful, delicate subject is able to be fully appreciated. And will just come to life, and then the negative space will have its own power. But if you get right in as it is, and the details are all there, and it's the delicacy and yet the beauty of that piece that you're forced to look at, to get right into the hairs on that little black base of the stem, and the choice as to where the photographer's placed it in the left-hand corner as opposed to the right-hand corner tells a different story. The right-hand corner, it's becoming a footnote, but with the left-hand corner, it's got its certain strength. So I think, I think it sits in at least a silver, so please come up.
Thank you, Roger. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 83, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges, we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Charlotte. Yeah.
I think this is a really interesting environmental portrait of this man and his workshop, his manland. This reminds me very much of my husband's father, who is a collector and a tinkerer. And just being surrounded, it just brings them so much joy to be surrounded by all their stuff. I think it could be improved perhaps with the removal of the far left frame. I don't think those filing cabinets add anything to the composition, and I think those 4 frames really tell it all, and perhaps a stronger expression in the 4th frame as well. He just looks a little bit disengaged.
Thank you, Charlotte. Can we have the next print, please? Just going to do a shout out to CR Kennedy, who are sponsoring the student category this year. CR Kennedy and Ilford are long-time supporters of NZIPP and its events, and we are thrilled to have them once again as category sponsor and major sponsor of the NZIPP Gala Award Ceremony, which is happening on Sunday evening. Thank you so much for your continued support of NZIPP and the photographic community. They are going to have a trade stand at the trade show tomorrow and Saturday. You can go and see Gerard and the team under the Ilford banner. And we're just waiting for 2 more scores. We have a score of 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. Yeah, Katie, you can challenge. Go for it.
Great, okay. So I see a really dynamic collection of images that has been very thoughtfully put together, that tells a story about a sport, and I am not a sporty person. I would be like wearing a t-shirt saying don't like sports, and yet this is really engaging to me. I particularly love the way that the images have been combined to include the orange and the green together, or the red and the green together. That it's very dynamic. I don't know why it's been chosen to be put in this particular arrangement. Maybe that's part of my sport ignorance there. So if anybody else knows, I'd love to know. I can see a few technical issues. Like, I'm not a huge fan of that very first frame because it is quite different to the rest of them. But I'm being given a lot of information. There's a lot of dynamics. Particularly love the very last frame at the bottom. I think that on its own is a silver image. So yeah, I think we should reward the photographer for the thoughtfulness, for the information that they've given us, and the dynamics of the images. So yeah, please come up a few points.
Thank you, Katie. Roger, your turn.
I scored it 78. I wanted to like this image. The presentation's fresh, the colours are fresh. It's sort of American in your face, isn't it? All singing, dancing. But when I just couldn't put together the story, really. The first image is someone really powerfully smashing the ball, and then the next image just shows you three people standing underneath the flag, and they don't connect. And then the next one's got someone holding a glove, but it's still no ball. And then there's someone just walking around, and then finally you get a picture of the game. And the final three images sort of work quite well together, and I agree with you that the last image is really powerful, but I don't feel that we've quite got the finesse to give the story, to connect the story together. So if you can help me with that, I'd love to come up.
Thank you, Roger. I'm going to hand it over to Jace. Your turn.
Yeah, I gave it 78 as well, Roger, but I'm actually with Katie. I'm convinced. I think this isn't a story frame by frame of this happens, then this happens, then this happens. That would be simplistic, and I would feel patronised by that. This is vignettes throughout the whole experience of not the game in terms of how the points play out and the action plays out. This is the feeling of being a competitor in the sport. There's a mix of action, camaraderie, power, loneliness. There's themes of sport here, and they're well handled with technical proficiency and mastery of putting together this handling of colour. The colour palette has been so carefully managed. I'm not thrilled with that first image either. It's probably the weakest one in the set. And unfortunately, because it's the first one in the set, it kind of like stands out even more. But it is contributing an element of the game, and the shapes and the forms and the colours and the lines are so well put together that I'm coming up for sure.
Thank you, Jace. Have we got anything else to add before I hand it back to Katie? Take it away.
Well, thank you, Jace, for doing my closing argument for me. The only just one extra thing I wanted to add as I was sitting looking at it is just to add even more thoughtfulness on behalf of the photographer is that they've placed those the second image and the image below it so perfectly above each other so that the flagpole cuts through and doesn't kind of just sometimes like a vertical line in an image like this could really destroy the narrative, but it's actually holding its own really well. So I just think there's been so much care put into this, and even though we may not agree with it, and this often happens in images where we don't always agree with what the photographer has done, when you can see that they have done it very deliberately, I think there has to be a point of trust where we have to put aside maybe our own, opinions, like me in the case of not liking sports, and just really reward the photographer for their work and care. So that's where I'd like you to go. Just up a few points into silver, please.
Thank you, Katie. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. There you go, Roger. You can challenge.
I scored this 80. I'm going to urge you to try and get it into the silver range. I think there's a bit more to this than meets the eye. Look, I wrote down stillness and yet movement. Degree of sort of dreaminess and magical. It's as if this is the rope swing that an older person used to play on. Technically, they've kept the rope. The rope is still, and yet there's movement in the background. It's just a sweet little nostalgic piece, I think, of childhood memories. And the photographers used the techniques and all of the tools available to just give us that story. So I think it deserves a bit more than a bronze, just because of that, really.
Thank you, Roger. I'm going to come to Jace down the other end.
Hello again. I was on 74, which is the worst score, sorry, but it's just outside bronze range, outside award range, and maybe a little harsh, but help me understand this rushing movement. The speed feels like the speed of being on the swing, but yet the swing is not swinging. It's like you rush and then you stop. Because almost like we're rushing towards the bank, not towards the water. I wanna like this. Help me out, because okay, help me.
Thank you, Jace. Yeah, Charlotte, all yours.
I'd love to help you out with this. This is just so evocative of my early 20s, and I used to have a friend who lived somewhere with a creek and a rope swing exactly like this. And yes, we're looking at the opposite bank because it's a creek. And yes, the rope's not moving because we are on the rope and everything else is moving. And you're trying to get enough speed, you're launching from a platform, you're trying to get enough speed to get out far enough over the water so that you land in the deep water, not the shallow water, because that's no fun. And I initially was a little bit hesitant. I scored it at 77. I will definitely be coming up, so definitely thanks for the encouragement to come up higher. I feel like this is a technique that is really overused in most cases. However, I feel the way that's been applied here is so appropriate and so evocative. I just really love it. I'll definitely be coming up to silver.
Thank you, Charlotte. I'm going to come to Kirsten before we go back to Roger.
Yeah, look, I gave this an 81, so I just want to, Roger kind of beat me to it. Exactly kind of what Charlotte said. For me, the stillness of the rope is like the anticipation of what is about to come, and the speed and the movement. And this technique is used a lot, but the photographer has done so remarkably well that when you are standing in front of that image, it's like it's pulsating. It's almost like you're on LSD looking at it. Now, I haven't seen that done with this technique before, where I've had that reaction to an image. Just for the record, I'm not on LSD. But that's an incredible effect with the colours and the lighting to be able to have that. So I actually even think maybe I've scored it a little bit too low on 81, so I think you guys can definitely come up a bit more.
Thank you, Kirsten. I'm going to go back to Roger now. Take it away.
Well, the photographer has caused us to have different interpretations to a simple image through their use of techniques, and that in itself is worthy. To me, this is a picture of memory, nostalgia, things slipping away that are gone. So as a child or a teenager, you'd go and play in there, and you're on the rope, and it swings out towards you, doesn't it? If you're on the other bank, so that's the movement, and into the water. But you're an adult. You may even be an old person, and you can't get on there anymore. So it's a memory. So therefore, the rope is still. And so it's a reference of those two things. That's what I see. Different judges are seeing different things, but that's the power of this image, I think. So I think, let's get it up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please, print handlers? Charlotte, you can take a break. Charlotte, you can take a break. Yeah, thank you very much. And Shah, can we have you back on, please? You're right,
Right, good to go. Right, next print, please. We have a score of 81, silver award. Jace has put his hand up. Yep.
Okay, I was on 87 in the distinction range. I think it absolutely deserves to be there, 100%. I almost regret not going higher. I read this as a really emotional story, a metaphor or a powerful reference to miscarriage or loss, and that's a really personal thing to put into a photograph, and it's a subject which doesn't get talked about a lot, perhaps not enough, and so that explains to me the tension in the model's pose and the reflective, difficult expression on her face, and then technically, it's beautifully handled. So let's have a chat about that.
Thank you, Jace. I'm going to come to Katie, please, down the other end.
So, yeah, my interpretation was slightly different, but still, I saw it as a rebirth of a person, like a rebirth. This happens to us throughout our lives, like different chapters of life. So I definitely still see the significance, the meaning, the emotion behind it, and I've given it a 77. So it's a bronze to me, but I just want to see and feel more in the actual execution of the image. So from a lighting perspective and then from the post-production perspective, I want to see more mood, more ambience, more detail. I just feel like it's lacking something, and that's what's stopping me from going higher. Conceptually, it's really strong, but for example, like just one little example is that I don't want to see the bodysuit, and I get why it's there, but I don't want to see that. I want to see skin, and so I think that these things can be added, and I would encourage the photographer to keep going, because conceptual art is hard, and if you've already got this happening for you as an artist, then amazing, but start to get into the finessing of those those finer pieces that elevate it and take it into that really high range.
Thank you, Katie. Shah, are you note-taking to comment? Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to finish your page.
You know it.
I'm on 84, so I'm actually up here in support with Jason here. I think just to perhaps comment on what you've said here, Katie, about the bodysuit. In some ways, I think it's necessary for it to be there. It just epitomises and highlights the body and the shape, and it gives us an idea of life stage, and it is accentuated a little bit more. Perhaps if it was just bare skin, it would be a little bit more lost into the feathers and into the harshness of the nesting around her. I feel, for the reasons that Jason has put into 87, I totally agree. There is an angst there. There is a pain, and it's been beautifully presented by the photographer. So I've scored at 84.
Thank you, Shah. Have we got anyone else to add anything new? Otherwise, we're going to hand it back to Jace for right of reply.
I didn't look at or notice or feel bothered by the bodysuit, but yeah, potentially it's an issue. I just see just this quiet, isolated pain, and that really like got me in the heart. And I mean, maybe if I'd be absolutely in gold were it not for some minor technicalities. So, but the emotional power is there.
Thank you, Jace. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 85, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, for the photographer? Thank you, Shah.
Yeah, congratulations, silver award. It's very well deserving. I find the colour palette that you've chosen here, just with those little hints of warmth in the browns and golds, in the shoes and the hat, is very delicate and well thought out. The idea of being in touch with nature is a very poignant message here, and something that we don't do enough of. And I think this has quite a very strong conservational, futuristic message here. And I think that we do need to get in and touch nature a lot more. So thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. Well done.
Thank you, Shah. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, one more score. And we have a score of 80, a silver award, and Shah's not happy with that. She's challenging it straight away. Away you go.
Absolutely not. Remember that movie Reservoir Dogs? And they had that cool poster of the guys walking? And you know how Pixar and Disney like to do spoofs of those kind of movies? Well, I would like to introduce you to the penguin version of that movie. If you've seen that movie, it's pretty out there. But there's just a humorous element to this. And I can just see that as, you know, the start of something quite cinematic. These guys are on a mission, and they're going to do some stuff, some serious stuff. And I'd actually really hate to be that that group of penguins there. And if you look between the first two, there's two with their heads bending down because they're going, oh shit, we're in trouble here. The heavies are coming. So I've scored at 88, and I think it's just a little piece of cinematic brilliance. So I encourage you to come up.
Thank you, Shah. Katie, I'm going to come to you now.
I feel like it's coming to me a lot for this reason of being at the bottom. I think this is a great image, and I actually immediately wanted to personify all of these penguins. So, you know, I was on a similar vein to you, Shah. They definitely have a personality about them, but it didn't keep me there, I guess. I wanted a little more. I looked for that and I found a little bit of it, but I wanted a little bit more character and personality. Maybe that was too high an expectation for this image. So I'm sitting at 76 and I am definitely prepared to come up. So yeah, I'll see what others have to say.
Thank you, Katie. Jace, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was on 78, Shah, and you just changed my appreciation of this quite a lot with Reservoir Dogs meets Happy Feet. It's given me a lot more or a way into it. I'm gonna be honest. There's some technical things that already held me back, and they're still there. The blocking up of the tones in the foreground. The need to maybe do a bit of spotting and remove some of those distracting little details down there. I would encourage the photographer to really refine an image like this to keep our attention where it needs to be. And the separation between the foreground penguins and the background penguins could be a bit stronger. All that said, I'm going to come up into silver because that's small stuff compared to that cool story.
Thank you, Jace. Kirsten, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, look, I gave this a 78, but again, thanks, Shah, for the Reservoir Dogs reference there. The one thing that was holding me back from scoring this higher, because the little leg kick up on the dude on the right, like he's just frolicking along, having a great time. It's that central bird. I can't tell whether his eye is open or closed, and I just wanted a little bit more detail because it's just so dark, I can't tell. And if I could see that, so talk to me about that.
Oh, all eyes are on the eye. They were running. Okay, do we have anything else to add? Otherwise, I'm going to pass it back to Shah. Where you go, Shah.
Yeah.
All yours.
We're talking a hair's breadth of a millimetre in the eye there. There is actually an eye there, but that doesn't bother me. These guys are bandits. They're out to cause absolute mayhem. There's going to be carnage here, and it just, you know, Jace completely summed it up. Happy Feet Reservoir Dogs meets Happy Feet, or vice versa. Nature is one of those things that we can't control. There's no input from the photographer here apart from an incredible sense of timing and vision, and they've seen this absolutely beautifully. The movement of the feet is absolutely imperative here because they're heading off on an absolute mission. A little bit of a boo to the technicals. Who cares? I really don't give a crap about that. This is just absolutely glorious and fun, and it's just pure enjoyment. So thank you so much, judges. We just need a silver with distinction, please.
I feel like we all just got told off, Shah. It's sitting at 80, a silver. Judges, please rescore. You can't? It's really there. Yeah, you've done great. You didn't even know that you'd done it. Okay, we have a score of 85, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can I have a blank screen, please, print handlers? Jace, you can take a break. We're going to bring Russ back on. Just give Russell time to find his glasses and then log in. Oh no. Don't go too far, Jace. We just got to wait for Russ to find his glasses. Oh no. I'm not sure it works like that, Jace. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, can we have the next print, please? It's really cool to see how many print entries have been submitted in the student category. So awesome. And full credit to everyone that has submitted print entries. Okay. Alrighty, we have a score of 81, a silver award. And away you go, Katie, you can challenge that. Take it away.
Okay, I'm a bit surprised that I'm up there by myself. Am I up there by myself?
You are up there by yourself in distinction.
Okay.
Russell's in silver. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this has been extremely well done. A comment on, I guess, the concept is around, perfection, creating the perfect young woman. I guess making sure that everything's right. Like perfectionism is a really big issue for a lot of people, and I guess I see that in this image. But as far as the actual execution goes, I think it's been done really well. I don't really want to critique any part of it or criticise any part of it. I think the colour palette's been, really beautifully put together. I think the figures where they've been placed, it keeps us in the frame. There's a beautiful circular sort of movement from one to the other and around again. The presentation with the oval shape also does the same thing. It mimics the shape of the subject themselves. I just think it's a very expert piece of visual communication that's been really well executed, and I definitely think it's in the silver distinction range. It's above a silver. So yeah, keen to hear from the rest of you so that I've got something to come back with you at.
Thank you, Katie. There's actually 3 of you all on 78, and Russell or Shah, you can fight over it. Oh, Russell, you're a bit higher, so give it to Shah first, please. Thank you. Way you go, Shah.
Yeah, thank you, Katie. I guess it's just that visual message that I was struggling with a little bit, and I think that if you can help me with that, it would reflect a little bit more on my score at 78. I just felt that the compositing and things was absolutely sublime. I'm in awe of people that can do that, because that kind of stuff really bends my mind and makes me want to throw my computer out the window. It's just the jobs of the helpers. I just wanted to see a little bit more of where they were to what they're trying to achieve. I wasn't quite sure of their actual roles and the jobs of what they were actually doing. So if you could add a little bit more to that for me, I think I would be able to look at my score a bit more. So I scored at 78, so still in the bronze range.
Thank you, Shah. Russell, your turn.
They're creating the perfect woman. Gorgeous, silent and disciplined. No, I'm taking the piss. Because there's no such thing.
You almost redeemed yourself, Russ, and then you just threw yourself really deep in there.
It is actually really well thought out, because they are it is a sort of a metaphor of discipline and I don't know about servitude, but certainly, the books on the head with the ballet dancers, the balance and all that sort of training. And but I love how all the little figures are sort of radiating around her like little, like a circularity of attention in that way. So they are trying to create something that is. They are trying to create something that is kind of perfect, if you like. They're like little workers making something that is designed to be disciplined and perfect. That's how I look at it, and I think they're so daintily placed and touching the subject so nicely that I think it's really well thought out piece of communication and nicely lit as well. I scored at 81. So I'm willing to listen to Katie a bit and maybe she can talk me up a bit more.
Thank you, Russell. Roger, you're okay, you're happy. Anyone else want to add anything? Away you go, Shah.
Sorry, could I just ask a wee question, and I'm hoping Katie can help me with this, is the reference for the Bible on the top of the head. Please.
Thank you, Shah. It's all yours, Katie.
So, oh my gosh, I feel like I could just open up a huge can of worms. I'm going to try and be concise. I just see this as like a comment on how women are supposed to be, especially as they're growing up. I don't have daughters, I have sons, which is equally as challenging. But I have really battled with this myself over the years. Like, what am I supposed to be? Especially when I was young. This is a young teenager by the looks of it. She has a look of slight defiance. I can see the spirit behind this very serious, very composed face. And I kind of see that shining through and hopefully being more dominant. Maybe that will help your interpretation. And yet there are these little servant versions of her, these little maid versions of her. Maybe they're supposed to be nuns, I'm not 100% sure, but they're making her perfect. You know, she looks perfect. She has the perfect earrings, the perfect matching necklace, the perfect dress that accentuates her figure. Like, everything about it is the cliche, the image of perfection that women are supposed to have or were supposed to have at some point, that seems to have somehow freaking lingered on in society and is still there, making young women feel like they have to be a certain way. You know, they're touching up her face, they're fixing her hair, they're adjusting her sleeves, they're making her look perfect. But that's obviously not attainable. We have the Bible on the forehead, on her head, which I think is just, giving more of that discipline, of that, the need to be a certain way. Another mask or another mode of behaviour, another restriction that's being placed on her. So it's a comment. It's a strong comment. It's not. I'm not asking for gold here. I think there could be a few things that could be done to bring it, to make this image even more excellent. The blank books, even, like, maybe they're a comment on, like, what else could be, like what is not here, what is not written. But I see this look on her face, this defiance on her face, as actually being the most powerful thing. That's incredibly strong eye contact. Just look a little beyond the surface level and see if this gets you feeling something, because it certainly does for me. So I really encourage you to come up as high as you feel is fit.
Thank you, Katie. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 86, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please? Just going to do a timely swap. Kirsten, you can hop off. And can we have Sarah Lee back on, please? Thank you very much, Kirsten. Play musical chairs. Okay, are we all good? No, we're waiting. Logged in. Okay, print handlers, can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. And we have a score of 79, which is a bronze award and puts us into the review. But yes, Shah, if you want to challenge, you go for it.
Yep. I scored this 83 in the silver range. A beautiful depiction of a landscape and beautifully presented. I find that the balance of the blues and the green is just gives it a really central anchor point. It's restful, it's calming, it's a beautiful piece of art. It's been well handled, it's been well presented. Having that quite large in the mat itself gives the image room to breathe. It has a sense of life, a sense of growth, a sense of rebirth, if you like. We've got something beautiful and live coming from an area that's very, very, very cold and dark. Not so much dark, sorry, cold looking, and it has quite an ethereal quality. So I think the photographers presented us with a very clever, well thought out art piece. So I scored an 83.
Thank you, Shah. I'm going to come to Roger. You're not far from everyone else, but you're down the bottom.
Look, I appreciated all the things that you've talked about there. I struggle with some of the technical aspects, I guess, particularly the foreground, which has got a band of highlight, which is, to my eye, I can't really see the detail in there, but it takes your eye to the left part of the frame, and then again there's a smaller one just at the base of the tree on the right hand side. And I also struggled to make sense of the texture on it. It seemed to be like a frosted texture, but on a summer's tree, so there seemed to be a bit of a clash of intent there, if you like. So if you can resolve those things, I'm wanting to come up because it's got a beautiful aesthetic.
Thank you, Roger. Someone else want to add a comment in that middle? Otherwise, oh yeah, away you go, Sarah Lee. Thank you.
I think this image could really be enhanced with a colour toning over it, or trying in black and white, just something to unify the cyans in that tree, which are a little surreal with everything else that's so calm and cool and pastel. I think, yeah, that colour is quite a clash for the eyes, and it's just not adding to the mood that this image is really conveying.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. I think that's everyone that wanted to speak. So, Shah, it's all yours.
I think the things that perhaps have sort of caught your eye are the things that make this image what it is. If you took those away, then we'd be looking at something completely different. So I think we have to look more at what is actually here. The idea of the texture actually makes the tree more vivid and more central. And it's where your eye rests. Otherwise, I think that you would struggle with a restful place to be in this image. So I commend the photographer for how they've presented it to us. I think the colours are beautiful. It has a very cool, calming feel and quite an enduring quality. So I just encourage you to come up. We're all very close.
Thank you, Shah.
No one wants a 79.
Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. And Katie, you're up. Away you go.
Away I go. Okay, this is great. This is fascinating. I am a real sucker for detail and texture. I love touching things, so this makes me want to get in there and touch all these, presuming old bits of cameras. I wish that the photographer had just printed it a little bit smaller and brought those lines of images together and maybe mixed them up a little more. I think it possibly is a little clunky, but I've given it an 82. I think it's well deserved to be a silver, just for the beautiful qualities, the beautiful textures, the way that these different elements have been seen and presented to us in ways that we don't normally stop and look at. And if they had have, maybe printed it a little smaller and put it together in a more expert way, then I would be right up there, I'd probably be in gold. Because I think we overlook so much detail in life, and this helps us slow down, this helps us process, it helps us appreciate things. I just really enjoy it. I'd urge you to come up and reward the photographer for their thoughtfulness and care.
Thank you, Katie. Can we please hear from Russell? You're down the other end.
Yeah, thanks for that, Katie. One thing, every single image is lit beautifully. It's technically excellent. I'm just sort of still trying to figure out the placement of everything in relation to each other. Those warm yellows, if you like, in the top two lines, and sort of everything at the bottom is cold. So I'm not too sure about why that decision is. I'm liking it, and I'm not too sure why I'm liking it, but I'm also not too sure why I'm not liking it enough. I just probably need a little bit of help there, but it's definitely someone who's a student of texture and photography, which is great. So they've amassed quite a few different pieces there to come up with that piece of work. So it is quite a comprehensive piece of work, actually. And yeah, I've probably been a bit mean. I did score a high professional standard, but I'm hearing you.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got someone else that can add something? Yep, where you go, Roger.
I guess I'm struggling to have a reason to take it from bronze to silver. It's very brave. It is original, the way it's all been presented. But I do struggle with the flow and the coherence, really. But maybe I'm overthinking it. That's the dilemma I'm having with myself. So if you can give me a push, please give me a push. It's just I just want some of those. You got these sort of flow of lines, and then you got a block of texture. And is that just there because there was nothing else, or is it deliberate and I'm just missing it? So please help me with that, because I think it is. It's brave.
Thank you, Roger. I think we've covered everyone that wanted to speak, so I'm going to hand it back to Katie for you to reply.
Okay, there's no way that the person that put this together has not absolutely considered every single part of this. This to me is when you meet a person who is just really passionate about a particular thing, and that's their special interest, and they just want to tell you everything about it. It doesn't matter what it is, we can get really caught up in that passion. And this is the photography version of that. This is this person's passion. They have definitely thought out every single image. They are probably obsessed with, for example, the bottom right image, who knows what that is, but I bet you they have spent some time studying that part of that camera and just gone, how freaking cool is that bit of texture? And you might look at the bit of texture on the camera and be like, yeah, cool, that's great, love it. But that person, to them, it's everything. And so they've presented us with a body of work. This body of work deserves to be rewarded. This is their passion. I mean, not everyone is going to be passionate about small, tiny details on old cameras, but they might be passionate about the camera or what it produces. And I just think we should be rewarding this sort of work. Every single photographer in every genre is passionate about what they do. This person is passionate about detail. Come on, let's give them a silver.
Thank you, Katie. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please? Just going to switch out one judge. Katie, thank you so much for your time. You can go and enjoy your coffee. And Charlotte, can we have you back on, please? Thank you. Okay, print handlers in room 2. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 83, which is a silver award. However, we have Shah in the gold range, so we are going to hear from you.
Thank you. I scored this 93. I think we need to have a wee bit of a chat about this and sit and have a little bit of a longer look. This has been beautifully lit, beautifully presented. The colour palette is soft and ethereal. This is editorial, it's artistic, it's creative. The matting has been sympathetic to the size and the detail that's in the image. It's very enduring. There's been a lot of thought and process here. The photographer has been very careful with the placement of the flowers. The reflection in the highlight on the vase is the same as the reflection in behind the image itself that separates it from the background in the softest and most sympathetic way. It has a graphic element, but it's not dominating, it's soft, and it just gives the image some separation. So I'm rewarding the photographer for the complete package here, 93.
Thank you, Shah. Charlotte, you're leaning back like, no. Your turn.
So I was on 78 with this one. It's definitely an award range, and I thank you, Shah, for pointing out that reflection and the shape in the background, because that's something that I was struggling with in the image. I do feel like there's just such a peachy, pinky tone throughout the whole image, and for that reason, because that continues all the way up to the top of the image, I feel that those flowers at the top are kind of a bit lost against that tone, and I'm wondering if a bit more of a gradation or some sort of lighter tone in the top half of the image would help those flowers stand out further. So that was the main thing that was holding me back, but you've definitely spoken well for it, and I'll bring up my score.
Thank you, Charlotte. Your turn, Roger. And then Russell.
I wanted to give this gold when I first saw it. Absolutely. It's just, the palette, the creaminess, the peachiness, the elegance. It's just that those sort of secondary flowers just don't seem to be sharp, and maybe even slightly blown out. And it's got to be right for gold. It's, that held me back. So if you can help me with that, but otherwise I utterly agree. I just, yeah.
Interestingly, Roger, that I'm really pleased that when I got up there, those flowers weren't sharp, because the central bloom is the hero or heroine or whatever of this image. The tonality, like these beautifully done simple images are hard to get our heads around at first. We all jump straight into silver, so we all recognise in our hearts that it's a good thing, but because it's so simple, how good a thing actually is it? So it takes time, I think, for images like this to rest on our brain and our brain to actually assimilate what the hell's going on here. And when I got up there, that pleased me. That I think it would have been too obvious if those all the blooms had been sharp, because I don't think that's the point. The fact that those blooms are also falling away from the main hero is part of the story, that they're not sharp. And so the only thing that needs to be sharp is the one that's facing us, and that's beautifully rendered. The tonality is obviously attractive to all of us. I love that light patch running through the middle of it, gives the whole thing some modelling, and just breaks up that tonality that runs right through it. It gives us a little bit of a story to run in the background as well. So I scored at 82. I'm happy to go with Shah, really, because what the photographer wanted to be noticed when you take a lot of time to go up there, it's noticeable, and so it's not being competed with by anything else, really. So consequently, I think they've rendered it beautifully.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything else to add? Shah's got her handy dandy notebook.
Yeah.
Blues clues.
It's only
Okay,
because
take it away.
it's day 3 and my brain's starting to go. But I mean, Russell has summed it up beautifully, and I really hope for you, Roger, that has resolved some of the issues that you had. I mean, you did want to put this into gold, and I think we've given you more than enough reason for you to do that now. I'd actually written down not the hero, and I'm sure that Russell might have been looking over my shoulder, but we actually were on the same plane. Those flowers didn't need to be in focus. The gradation of colour needed to be soft. Otherwise, your eye would just not rest. It's just something to be simple, to be involved with, to meditate with, to just be with. And I think that the photographer has communicated this brilliantly. So let's see what we can do, guys.
Okay. And we have a score of 90, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. That's okay, you don't have to run. It's all right, Charlotte. You're doing great. And we have a score of 85, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can I have a score, not a score, can I have a comment, please? Yeah, thank you, Russell.
I think we all really enjoyed it equally, obviously. I scored it the score that it came out with. I was wondering if there were going to be any conversation about it, but the photographer's done a great job here, because, it's what I love is the central figure, obviously really happy in the end with her state. And it's a journey that a woman goes through, and it's just been beautifully presented. I would have gone higher if it just wasn't the backhand. So the left hand on the tummy is sort of competing a little bit with the top hand in the central figure, and that just took my eye away from the strength, the potential strength and totality of the central figure. But otherwise, really well done, and keep exploring this thought.
Thank you, Russell. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 85, a silver with distinction. However, Roger, you are in the gold range, so once you've finished writing, you can take the mic. Take it away.
A strong piece of visual communication, graphic, with a hook, was my interpretation. Like, it's a bottle with vapours behind. I'm thinking perfume, perhaps, and in that context, then I look inside the bottle, and I see a human form. So you put that's where the perfume goes. So putting all that together, I think it's a strong form of visual communication without any sort of technical flaws, and let's talk about it.
Thank you, Roger. I'm going to come to Charlotte now. You're just below the average score. Can we hear from you, please?
I had this sitting at 81. I absolutely adore the colours. I think it's a beautiful colour combination of those deep blues and magentas and purples. The way it wreathes around is incredible. As soon as this came up, I saw a face in the smoke in the background, and I can't look past the face. However, I do feel like it has some beautiful movement going on. The bottle does feel just a little bit more floating in this one, which is kind of hard to reconcile with reality. I'm definitely listening though, so please talk me up.
Thank you, Charlotte. Russell, you wanted to speak? Go for it.
Given the obvious expertise of this photographer, and Roger, you're going to need to help me with this. What is that negative space on the left meant to contribute to this image, and then that loop at the top of that negative space, and then those lit up creases in that junction there, taking us away from the aesthetic of the bottle. My eye I'm trying to not let it, but it just keeps getting dragged to the left into that dark hole, and I know it's not a mistake. It's a purposeful sort of inclusion because they're onto it, but I don't know why they've done that, and I need help with that.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything to add? Did you want to add something, Shah? Yep, just quickly.
Yeah, just quickly, I might be able to help you out with that, Russell. I scored at 87, so I'm happy to come into goal with you, Roger. Perhaps that negative space helps to anchor the image. The straightness and the verticalness of the bottle is offset by the softness and the swooping design in behind it. From an editorial point of view, if you were going to use this as a magazine cover or for an advert, you'd utilise that negative space for text. You could put anything you wanted in there. So I think that this is not only just what we're being presented with as an image, but it also has a commercial feel to it as well, and I think that that's purposely done for that reason. So I'm hoping that might help you there, Russell.
Thank you, Shah. Have we got anything else to add? Otherwise, Roger, it's all yours.
Thank you, Shah. Look, I guess if there wasn't that space there, something else would have to be there, and then what would that look like? That's the first answer, I suppose. The second thing is that the figure that I see in the bottle is like a female shape with his back towards us, sort of with there's sort of an arm, and so they're sort of facing towards that space where, that might be where the fragrance comes from. So it's sort of, they're sort of speaking into that space. But look, I think this is an image that transcends those little bit of details, and it's powerful, it's original, and it's got a lot that you can read into it. So I urge you to sort of look at the big picture and score on that.
Thank you, Roger. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 88, a silver distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Charlotte.
Congratulations to the photographer on this one. I think this is such a lovely moment that's been captured between these two. The shape of the mountains in the background perfectly leads you into the centre, into that interaction happening there. I'm not convinced about the shininess of the print. I feel like with a natural subject like this, perhaps a more matte print would help to display this interaction better. And I would just also have a look at the colour balance of the black. It does seem to be a little bit cool, a little bit blue. So perhaps a little adjustment there would help you get back into those lovely warms in the faces and the heads of these animals.
Thank you, Charlotte. Can we have a blank screen, please, print handlers? We're just going to swap some judges around. The lunch bags are available, so if you do want to go and get something to eat, do that. Shah, you can hop off. And Jace, can we have you back on, please? And Roger, Mark, you already knew it. You're standing up. Oh, he's geared with a Coke. Stop it. It's going to be racing.
Come on.
Okay, how's everyone else going? Are we all good? Yep, sweet. Okay, can we have the next print, please, in room 2? Okay, one more score, and we have a score of 76, a bronze award. And Jace wants to challenge it. You go for it.
I didn't know how to approach this, and so I gave it a silver in the hope that I would be able to generate a discussion, because I think I mostly just want to listen for a start, and then I'll come around at the end.
And your score was 82.
Yes, my score was 82 in silver.
Okay, can I hear from Charlotte, please? You're down there. Oh, you knew I was going to get you away. Where you go?
Okay, I'm on 71 for this one. I'm just a bit confused, really. I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at. There's a little sticker. I think it's a window. There's a little sticker down the bottom right-hand corner. And I don't know if it's my eyes, but I think it's just unreadable. I can't quite make out what the sticker says. And I think anytime you've got text in an image, it either needs to be definitely not able to be read or definitely visible, and I think it's right on that borderline, and I'm finding myself fixating on that. So I'd love to hear from others what they think this is all about. I would be happy to listen and come up if need be.
Thank you, Charlotte. Mark, you've got your hand on the button. Go for it.
Yeah, my initial score's 72. It's a security sticker of a window. It's nothing that is normal. It's any company, any house in the world that has a security system generally has a security sticker there. So we're looking at a window, and I saw the shape on the inside, and I was like, "Oh, wonder what's in there." And it's a person with a camera taking a photo of themselves, which is fine, which is great. But I was like, "Oh, is that all?" I wanted to be like, "Oh, look at that," or something really creative. And it's a person taking a photo of themselves. It's been well shot, it's well lit, it's well handled, it's well done. It looks like an inverse Polaroid, if you want to start getting all funky in your head, of the Polaroid of the cropping is normally the black at the bottom, and then you've got, you know, the picture coming through scenario, so you can make up any story that you feel like. But for me, it didn't go much further than cool concept, interesting, but that's where it stopped.
Thank you, Mark. Russell, you want to speak? Go for it.
Well, what did you score it, Mark? Well, I mean, the cool thing is that. Sorry, I'll just wait for the clapping. The cool thing is for me was the sticker. So I mean, it's the one. I walked up and I thought, "Fuck, these people are ballsy." Producing something that's next to nothing, and what are we supposed to think? And then the sticker anchored it, and then your story just adds so much more to it. I mean, the subtlety of this image is its power. I can't believe that you saw that so quickly, and when you go in there, and that's exactly what it is, and so it's even more fantastic than what I sort of thought it was. I mean, you go into art gallery and see some bloody painting that's got next to nothing on it, and some prick pays $100,000 for it. You know, I mean, it's sort of like that. So the two lights at the top, the subtle shapes of the frames in through the window, and then that person doing that, it's elevated it to me beyond the 81 that I gave it. So I'm not sure why your wonderful story isn't matched by your score. And Charlotte, I think you'll be able to find some sort of definition of attempt or intent anyway there. This is sort of quite a brave entry, and it's challenged us. And we've met the challenge, and I think we should recognise perhaps the cheekiness of the challenge and the expertise that was carried out in.
Russell, do we need a swear jar? Do you want me to put a swear jar just here for you?
Sorry, I only swore once today.
You swore once and then you're a little bit. No, it's okay. I've got some soap. I'll wash it out later. Alrighty. Who was going to speak? Jace, yeah, if you'd like to. Thank you.
So, I didn't say much in my introduction, and so I'm going to try and round it out in my right of reply. I'm hearing a lot of good discussion of an interesting and thought-provoking image, and I think that is worth an award, absolutely, and I personally think that's worth a silver. I agree that the sticker is a visual anchor that helps you into the literal interpretation of the image. This is a building that is being renovated. It's been freshly painted. You can see the edges of the window masked off. There's a story of sort of renovation happening. There's a selfie going on. Which I think it's so subtle, but it's just kept. And the photographer could have easily removed themselves. They've chosen not to and kept themselves in. So I think that's them inserting themselves into the story of renovation as a participant, as a part of that process. And then, thank you, Mark. The Polaroid is the perfect way to read it visually. It's a visual reference to a Polaroid. That's great. These things all add up to an award-winning image, and I think that's a silver award, personally.
Thank you, Jace. Do we need anything more added? Okay, rescore. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print? You're not in trouble, Russ. You're all right. It's okay. You dropped an F-bomb. No, I'm not repeating that. You dropped an F-bomb. It's inappropriate. Okay, we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Oh, we're fighting now. Okay.
No, you go. Electric shock. It's on fire.
That front mic's got static in it or
Yep.
something. Way you go, Mark.
What was I doing? Commenting.
Commenting.
Really clever image. To really elevate it to the next award stage is that the people, like you've got this this like laser beam coming from the sky, like burning down, and the people are all just sitting around. And I think if you saw the shot and you animated the people more to reflect a laser hitting the earth, that could have been really cool. But it shot really well. Like, it's a great scene image. It's just that the people almost bring it down if they weren't there. So,
Can I just add to that? Because I saw that exactly the opposite. I saw that energy emanating from the earth going skyward. Well, that's a difference in mood. So I think the photographer's done a great job. So good on you, whoever it is. And I gave you a silver.
Thanks, lads. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 72, a professional standard. And can I have a comment, please, from someone for the entrant? Thank you, Jace.
Put a lot of effort in here to take us through a story. I think if you can use this many frames to tell the story, they all have to contribute something valuable, and they each have to be good enough to deserve their place on their own, and then come together in a way that's greater than the sum of its parts, and that's not quite happening here. But thanks for the journey anyway.
Thank you, Jessie. Charlotte, sorry. My goodness. Way you go.
I just wanted to add, just watch your spacing between the frames. It's a little bit uneven in parts, and just a little bit more attention to detail, and that would really elevate a montage like this.
Thank you. Next print, please. Just while we're waiting for the judges, I'm just going to let you know what is happening over the coming days. We have got all of the award entries in the print gallery. Tonight we are going to have a live auction at 2:05 of some of those prints, which you can choose to buy if you'd like to. And then that's at 5 p.m. And then at 7 we've got the RS Awards wrap party, all rolling into the evening. And I'm just waiting for one more score. We have a score of 83, a silver award, and it's going to go straight to Mark, who is in the gold range. Take it away.
So I scored this in 92. I'm in the gold range. It's so weird. Like, who comes up with this stuff? Students. There's a few different little stories here. For starters, the concept. The concept is awkward, it's bizarre, it's the weirdest thing I've seen in a while. But I really love the breed of dog and the breed of human that they've decided to mix them up with, that the guy's got a ponytail, which is like a tail of a dog. The expression of the dog that they chose is absolutely perfect, because you couldn't have another breed or another weird, boring expression. And the way that they've cropped it with the arch, I think has just summed it up as a portrait, as a portrait space. Now, in terms of the blending between the dog and the human, they've picked a good human because he's a bit rough around the edges as well, and then the dog's got the texture coming through. So I think they've blended it quite well, that it doesn't look like it's just roughly stuck on. So that's my story.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, Russell, you're next.
I mean, I love it a lot, but just tell me why they've allowed that spot below the tongue on the chin there to be there, so bright and so distracting. I mean, I loved the catchlight in the eye and everything, but there's just that big white spot, you know, on its chin, and please tell me why it's there, why this person with all their technical ability has left it there for us to be distracted by.
Thank you, Russell. Yes, Charlotte, you're next. Way you go.
Thank you so much. I'm a dog photographer. This is this is so interesting. It's just such a great concept. I've kind of seen this sort of thing before, but often it's like a dog's head on a person's body. This integration of a dog's and a person's face is really, really cool. I scored this at 84. I'm definitely coming up. I wasn't brave enough. I really hope that we could talk about this. Even just the level of technical skill to actually blend that so perfectly from the dog's face into the person's face. It's been so well executed. I look at it in detail and I cannot see any editing mistakes or areas that need any sort of improvement. So it's a really high level of skill. I wanted to address the little spot, which is on the dog's, the dog human's bottom jaw. That's dog. Dogs are like that. Dogs have lumps and bumps. Dogs have lumps and bumps on them. That is the nature of dog. You know, they've got eye boogers. They've got funny little warts and spots and hairs growing in strange positions. I think that imperfection just really draws attention to the fact that this is dog. This is what they are like. This is the essence of dog. I really enjoyed. I'm definitely coming up.
Thank you, Charlotte. Jace, yes.
Yeah, I only gave the 78, and that's terrible. Sorry. Bad dog, bad human. Yeah, I actually read that as a bit of spittle or something, which I think is totally dog as well. But I'm okay with it just being a weird dog lump as well, having owned a lumpy dog. I will say there is a flaw in the blending around the chin, like the human chin, the chin area behind the, and it's right in the center of the image. So that one technical area of the blending, like the blending is almost flawless, and it's only because it's so good that there's a fuzzy little area there, a soft area there, which that's not enough to bring it down to 78 for sure. It might bring it out of gold distinction into gold. So yeah, that's me.
Thank you, Jace. Have we got anything else to add? Otherwise, oh yes, sorry, Sarah Lee. Yep, Mark was moving in front of me.
I initially scored this in 88. I will be coming up. I think the only point is I wish that there was a little bit more light in the shadows on the back of the head, just to match the volume of texture that's on the front of the face there. But I love that this is also shot in profile. I think it wouldn't be nearly as captivating if we had any other angle on that head. So congratulations.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. I'm going to hand it back to Mark. Take it away.
Yes. Nothing else really to add, really. It's a great image, great portrait. The mole has been addressed. It's a dog. Just think of Austin Powers. Mole! Sorry, it's been a long 3 days. Yeah, it's great. I love the separate, and the fact that it's a black and white, and there's enough space between and separation between the image and the background as well. They've handled it really well. Let's reward this photographer with a gold.
Thank you, Mark. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 92, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 77, a bronze award, and we've got a challenge from Jace. Take it away.
I gave it a silver. The reason I gave it a silver is because I decided to trust the photographer that this was a film capture. And so I'm rewarding the extra technical mastery required to do really zany colour star trail image in camera with film equipment. So that's why I read it. That's how I read it.
Thank you, Jace. I'm going to come to Sarah Lee now, down the other end.
I scored this a 74. I love the spherical nature. I love the oranges. I love the stars. I find it's got a real solar system, sun, heat element to it. I don't like the film frame, whether it was shot on film or not. I think that takes it away from something conceptual and brings it more into something factual, along with that green tinge on the far right. But I'm definitely listening, so I'm keen to hear more.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Have we got someone else to add something? Yeah, thanks, Russell.
All that being said, Jason, I mean, do we really need to be reminded of it? Is it part of the overall image? I mean, if you stuck that on the wall of someone who didn't understand anything between digital or film, what would that mean to them? Nothing. So it comes down to a design element and how something is emotively directing us to take it in. I find the information on the right a little bit distracting from what is otherwise quite a pretty image.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything else to add? Otherwise, it's back to you, Jace.
Yeah, no, I think it's a strong image without the border, and I think the border has been included to communicate to us, to give us the context we need to assess it for its photographic skill. So I'm really into a kind of abstractified astro image rather than a literal representation of the Milky Way or whatever. And the color treatment has really pushed that into quite an interesting place visually. And then this little clue for me that I'm taking literally that it was shot on film elevates that. I'm rewarding it.
Thank you, Jace. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 74, a professional standard. Yeah, you can challenge it. Go for it.
Maybe going out on my own with this one, but I scored it on 82, and I think I can guess the concerns that people might have with it, and it's in the printing, and I definitely do recognise that. However, I think this has a lot going for it as well. There's just so many different tones in here. The tonal range is just gorgeous. Those light areas that sort of lead you in a staggering sort of zigzag shape up towards that centre peak that has also like a little point of interest on it. I think everything kind of pushes you up here, and that's the reason why I'm not too concerned about what's happening down below in those blacks. The sky is really gorgeous. I do think this deserves a silver. So yes, I'd love to hear what you guys have to say.
Thank you, Shah. Russell, actually, Mark, you're down the other end more so than Russell, so only by a point, but you go for it.
Okay, so I saw this as 71 for all the reasons that you pointed out. The paper choice is really struggling with this. The way it's being treated is really hard to visually enjoy it as well. And all those leading lines leading up to the peak doesn't delight you when you get there, because all you do is you see the black little mark, but then the clouds and the white has just kind of blended and kind of dissipated away, so it's like you don't know what you're looking at. I do like the bridge. I thought the bridge is like, oh yeah, there's a bridge, but it's hidden within all of the retouching and the processing and the paper stock and everything else. And I think that this, yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Mark. Have we got anything else to add? Otherwise, I'm going to hand you back to Charlotte. It scored 74, professional standard.
Okay, guys, I think we're so close to a bronze here. And I'd just really like to reward the tones in this image. I really think that there's just a beautiful graduation of tones. It's quite a lot of contrast, despite the overcast kind of feeling to it. It's really picking up these little features in the landscape. It's a stunning, rugged landscape, and I feel that it's supported by those tones. If we could just sneak this up into a bronze, I'd be so happy.
Thank you. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 75, a bronze. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Jace.
Well done for the brave choice of presenting this way. I think that was a good choice. I think it was a bit unfortunate the lighting has made that difficult to appreciate. And also the experimentation going on here is really cool. This is a cool technique. It's a cool result. Something about it has not quite resolved enough for us to grab onto. Like I see the bird or the wings shape and maybe a heart shape, and there's a hint of a human shape in there, but it wasn't strong enough. So just a little bit of something for us to grab onto, and it would have gone far.
Away you go, Mark. Thank you, Jace.
Thank you. And also, too, the print doesn't need to be so big. Like, you don't need to have such a big print, I think. If this was smaller and different types of paper choices that you can play with as well, I think it really would have elevated it and it would have just drawn you in a little bit more.
Cool.
Don't listen to Mark. Keep it big.
It's not always the size that matters.
Okay, judges. Can we have the next print, please? As we near the final few prints, I just want to do a shout out to our print handlers out the back who have been doing an amazing job of feeding the prints through, available for the judges to view. And then when the print goes to the other side, the awarded ones then get the banner stuck on and they also write the score on the back. So it's actually quite a big job and you guys have been doing amazing. And just wait, Mark. I just need to... System is catching up. Okay, there you go. Okay, we have an initial score of 84, a silver. However, I have got Charlotte up in the gold range, so take it away.
Okay, I'm at 92. I actually really like this one. The shapes in the background are so reminiscent of the actual products. This is sort of a commercial style image, so I'm going to say the products featured, those glasses. Just the way that they curl around and then scoop up and then a flat on the top. And I just love that echo between the background that really sort of highlights the unique characteristics of the actual product. The colours are fantastic. The way that that really light bit comes in from the left and then just kind of acts as a little something for the far left glass to sit on. The fact that the only dark area is sort of right in the centre, it doesn't feel like the image is unbalanced because of this dark area. And just the scoopiness. I don't know if that's a word. I don't know, it is now. Yeah, just the way that those glasses are sort of held there in this beautiful sort of, bowl.
Thank you, Charlotte. Jace, you are going to go next because you're down the other
I'm
end.
even lower than you. 70. Ooh. So there's a gulf between us. Maybe we can build a bridge. I thought this was a commendable exploration of technique. Done well with a really, photographing glass is so hard. And to do it and use this light painting technique for the background is a cool thing to do. I'm into it. The result is not selling me glassware, if that is what it is supposed to be doing. I'm treating it as a commercial image as well, and to sell me glassware, the glassware needs to be the hero. Somehow it's not. The background is the hero, and your scoopiness hasn't provided anything for that glassware to sit on, and so it sort of just feels plonked there. I don't know. It would maybe there's a world in which this ends up with the right graphical treatment for advertising to work well. But I'm trying to think about it as a commercial photographer and as a graphic designer, is how I would put this to use to sell this glassware and struggling.
Thank you, Jace. We've got a bit of a queue. So Sarah Lee did jump in before you, Russell. So let's let Sarah Lee speak, and then it's going to be Russell.
I scored this an 88, so in the middle of our very wide-ranging. I could imagine this as an advertisement for an absinthe martini. I don't know if that's a real thing, but absinthe martini, the greens, So the reason I come to that is that beautiful movement in the background looks as though you're swirling a drink. You're looking down, swirling a drink around your glass. Yeah. And so that's the storyline I see, where all these elements working together. What I would love is for that yellow swish that comes in from the left to continue all the way along to give those glasses grounding. But I love that it is quite conceptual and that it could have applications across different ideas.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Russell, your turn.
Not being a commercial photographer or I don't believe this is trying to sell anything. I don't look at it as trying to sell me anything. I look at it as a relationship between objects and the environment the photographer's chosen to present these objects in. The beauty of the glass is that it's inanimate, but it's clear, and it allows other things to happen to it. If they were just solid objects, it wouldn't be the same. I really enjoy the fact that this photographer introduces things that are kind of organic into these shapes. So that little wave of light, I'd hated it if it had gone right through and the glasses sat on it, to be honest, because it's such a challenge to see where it is actually stopped. I mean, this person's, they're doing exactly what they want to do. And I don't think they even give a rat's ass what we sort of think about what they do. They're just doing it for their own
As they should.
their own ambition, and they look at it and love it and present it to us to see what we think. The little shadows in the glasses and all of that give them a little bit of solidity that's next to the translucency. I mean, the whole thing is quite gorgeous. In this instance, the dark hole, the black hole, is really quite intriguing and beautifully placed as well. So, I mean, I was 84, but I'm doing it a disservice as well. The fact that the glasses are floating is just because they're in relationship with the background. They don't have to be sitting on it or morphed into it or anything like that. They are what they are. It's quite beautiful. I'm sort of changing my mind is where I'm going with here. Charlotte's got me.
Thank you, Russell. Mark, did you have something new to add?
Yeah, I'm on 72. I just want to mention that I feel that the glasses are too high. They need to come down into that swish, and it crosses over the black hole on the left-hand side. For me, that's why I stored at 72, is not just understand all the concept and feeling and all the rest of it, but I feel that the images are placed too high for the swish. If it came down, I would have gone instantly into silver or beyond, but that for me is a big issue.
Thank you, Mark. Are we all done? Okay, heading back to Charlotte now for right of reply.
I think if the glasses were down further, they would no longer be centered, and I think that's part of the strength of this. When you have a circle, like centering is the thing, and I think the glasses are strong enough that they really need to be exactly centered. I'm so happy to know that I've got some support from you guys. This is great, so thank you very much. Sarah Lee, I love your analogy of the swishing of the liquid in a glass. I think that's a really great. Also, the absinthe reference I think is awesome too. I think it's all been said. I really hope we can come up, if not to gold, at least to silver distinction, but please, gold, I think.
Thank you, Charlotte. Judges, please rescore. It is currently 84 silver. And we have a score of 88, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? One more, and we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Sarah Lee.
I love the delicateness with which you've lit this and printed it. I think it's very soft and beautiful. The white petals on the pure white backdrop, they're just a little too faint. We're losing them, and that leaves our eye to go to the darkest part, which is the stem. So perhaps pink cherry blossoms or a slightly different toned backdrop. Keep it soft, but we still need to have that differentiation.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next print, please? This is our final print entry. Okay. I've got one more score to come in. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Jace.
That top centre image of the chairs, put that up there by itself, man. That's so cool, so good. The portrait of a church idea, I think I've said it before. Presenting a series, every image has to work strongly by itself, and then the whole has to come together as greater than the sum of its parts. And here, there's not enough harmony between the tonality. There's not enough design consideration. We've got that the statue on the left middle being cut off at eye level, a highlight on the book spine top left, little details like that that are jarring, and so there's some lovely elements here that aren't quite coming together strongly to communicate the power that you want.
Thank you, Jace. That brings us to the end of our print entries. So we are going to take a very short break just for honours to switch over to the digitals. Judges, if you'd like to go and grab your lunch bags and make your way back here, a huge big shout out to our print handlers out the back. Don't be too loud, just a little clap. That was very loud, Jace. But thank you very much. You guys have been amazing. And we're going to be back in about 5 minutes, live streamers. Okay, room 2, student category. We are ready to get started again. Can I please call up the judges as follows? Kirsten? Hello, room 2, judges. Listening. Listening. Sorry. Thank you. I have to start clapping. Okay, can I please have Kirsten, Jace, Charlotte, Katie and Mark to the panel. I have a feeling... Who did? Oh, okay. Shah's here. Oh, Russell's here too. Katie's here. I'm just seeing who I can just pull up. I did say you. Yeah, we were going to start with Charlotte, but she's disappeared on us, so we're just going to start with Shah. So live streamers, just so you know, we have got Mark on the panel, we have got Katie on the panel, we've got Kirsten, we've got Jace, and we have Shah. And we are going to get started once everyone's logged in. Shh, simmer down a little bit. Okay, everyone's a bit excited after lunch. It's okay. It's all good to be excited. Okay, are we all ready, judges? All logged in, ready to go? Okay, team, can we have the first image, please? Okay. We have a score of 73, a professional standard. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Shah.
Yeah, congratulations on your professional standards. Just when you're doing a study on an animal like this, you might want to isolate the background a little bit more. Those fronds in the background are very, very distracting. It is quite a dynamic and architectural looking bird, and perhaps that needs to be more your centre of focus and your composition. So, but yeah, keep working on it. It's a beautiful bird.
Thank you, Shah. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. We have a score of 72, a professional standard. And can we have a comment? Are you putting, yeah, can I have a comment, please, Jace? Thank you.
Look, sometimes you stumble across an outtake that turns into a gem, and sometimes it's just an outtake. And I think I see how you maybe got attached to this, but its flaws are too much flaws to be overcome for anything more conceptual, unfortunately.
Thank you, Jace. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 71, a professional standard. We can a comment, please. Yeah, thanks, Katie.
This is a really beautifully handled image as far as lighting and composition goes. I'm just looking for more connection, more emotion, and exchange between the photographer and the subject, which you just really want when there's a dead, dead straight looking at camera portrait, but, really well done.
Thank you, Katie. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 71, a professional standard. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Shah.
Yeah, really interesting image that you've presented with us here. Just when you're cropping your image, just be a little bit more sympathetic to size and positioning. That the cropping is just very, very close to the jar at the bottom and the flowers at the side, and I think just a bit more space and a bit more surrounding would have really helped to elevate the image a little bit. And just watch your highlights there too. They're just a wee bit blown out in the top right.
Thank you,
Top
Shah.
left, sorry.
Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. And Shah's going to challenge that. Take it away.
My first words when I looked at this was apocalyptic. There's nothing else man-made in this image apart from the structure that we see. It looks like a moon landing, but in a different context. How did it get there? Why is it there? Where is this? There's nothing else to suggest any form of evidence of humanity anywhere else apart from this building, and even then, it is devoid of any human interaction apart from just the signage on the side of the building. The highlight in the sky sort of, for me, represents where that higher being perhaps is hanging out. But it just has such an unusual, arresting quality, and that's why I popped it in silver at 83.
Thank you, Shah. I'm going to come to Jace now.
My first words when I saw this were safety messages. And unfortunately that is the downfall of this for me, is that signage is so dominant and so far left from the centre that it takes away from me being able to create any kind of poetic narrative like that. I love the idea of a lunar lander or an apocalyptic outpost, but I just come back to it's a pretty rundown lifeguard tower. You've seen something great, and I don't think the photographer could have removed those signs easily. Get your drill out maybe, but yeah, it's one of those things where it just is almost so good, and if those signs weren't there and we could get really evocative with it, it might be better.
Thank you, Jace. Can I hear from someone else in the middle range? Thank you, Mark.
So I've scored this a 76. I think there's two major elements, obviously the building and the sky, that are competing against each other. So whether it's a lens choice, a direction, a composition, a different angle needed, but I understand the apocalyptic, what's it called? Yep, that moment. I'm not even going to try again. Yeah, that's all.
You don't want to embarrass yourself a second time, do you, Mark? Okay, are we all good, team? I'm going to hand it back to Shah for round of reply. Take it away.
All right, I see that I'm a little bit out on a limb here, and I shouldn't use big words. Sorry, Mark, I'm scaring you. Just to address your comment there, Jace, about the signage. You know, if the scene is apocalyptic and it is like once the humans are gone, I kind of get the reason why that it's there. You know, it was there for a reason. Unfortunately, it hasn't saved humanity, and I actually feel that this is a really good statement because we do so much to educate people on what to do and what not to do that they've given up on their own common sense and do dumb shit. And the fact that you have to put a signage on a building like this, like "Don't jump off," I mean. That's kind of obvious for me, but it may not be obvious for others. But that circle underneath there, it just has moon landing feels. It has Elysium. It has all those cinematic things. And I think I need to watch more movies because these students are absolutely killing it out here. It's amazing. So look, a few more points, guys. I'm on 83.
Thought we were going to be in a swear-free zone without Joe Francis, but Shah and Russell were both dropped in the swear words today. That's okay.
I was good for 2 days. You can't expect me to do it for 3.
It's all good.
I'll stop now.
You're fine. I'm sure everyone's heard it before. Can you enter your score in, though? Shah? Yes, pop your score in would be good. Thank you. And we have a score of 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. Okay, can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 72, a professional standard. And can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Shah. Yeah?
Yeah. I'd really like to commend the photographer on the choice of model and this the little bit of styling that's gone on here with that really cool scarf in her hair that just adds a little bit of warmth into a scene that's quite cold. I just think a little bit more attention to your background and to your setting would have really amplified this image and just give it a bit more space. You've got a really cool textural wall behind that. Perhaps if she was up against that would have taken away those elements at the sides, the pot and the marble table that just sort of aren't adding anything more to the image. So just think about your editing in terms of your backgrounds.
Thank you, Shah. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 79, a bronze award. This is going to go into review, so Jace, take it away.
Look, we may as well talk about it since we're going to review it. I gave it 82, which I think this is silver. The execution of such an unsettling photo manipulation, which I felt was just done exceptionally well. It made me feel gross in kind of a good way, and I think I'm happy to reward that. It's very simple, single source lighting. No gimmicks have been added beyond this really wacky photo manipulation that's been well done. So it's great.
Thanks, Jace. Can we come to Kirsten? You're down the other end. Oh, actually, not too far off the average.
So I scored this 77. Another weird image. I do think that the blending of the two faces and the hands has been done well. What held me back from scoring it higher is just the far right side of the face, and I understand that it's soft for a reason, but I think it would have had more impact for me if that whole head had kind of been a bit sharper.
Thank you, Kirsten. We got someone else to add something? Thank you, Katie.
Yeah, look, I really appreciate the skill that's gone into this, and I also I'm really enjoying the lighting and the overall styling processing. But I find the third hand really confusing. I don't. It kind of upsets the storyline or the concept for me, and I find myself sort of questioning what does it mean, and not in a good way of like being challenged, more in a just confusion of the concept. So that's kind of keeping me in bronze, but I want to reward the photographer for their work and skill level.
Thank you, Katie. Mark, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, it's just like I stood this in 82, so Jason, I'm with you as well. But it's just like AI gone wrong. Like you see it all the time at the moment of like manipulating of photos and things. I like it from that perspective, and it's just awkward.
Thank you, Mark. I'm going to go back to Jace for a right of reply.
Yeah, definitely a reference to AI here, and I think the model's expression of there's like a really intensity. I can connect to a three-eyed person in a way that I didn't expect to. The piercingness of the two eyes that are connecting with the camera and thus the viewer it's really powerful, and I think that's exasperation as a photographer, a frustration in a world of extra fingers. That's good.
Thank you, Jace. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 71, a professional standard. Can I have a comment, please, from Katie? Thank you.
Well done to the photographer for this beautiful setting and posing of the subject. I really appreciate backlight. As a portrait photographer, I really enjoyed doing this, and I think the photographer's done a good job. Just maybe just try moving your subject just slightly so that the strongest highlight isn't directly behind their head. You can still get some of that that light bleed coming through, which really does add extra mood to the image, but not necessarily having the strongest white part directly behind their head. Just play with that until you get it right. And also with an image like this, I think eye contact is really going to give it more strength and impact as well. So, but well done.
Thank you, Katie. Can we have the next image, please? You might just need to re-find yourself, Katie. Perfect. Okay, we have a score of 76, a bronze award. And we've got a challenge from Katie. Take it away.
So the first thing that I saw here, excuse me, is a very ambiguous, in a good way, expression on the subject. It's kind of inviting us into something, but I'm not sure what. It's not the sort of expression that we would normally see on a portrait. It's not challenging. It's not sort of. It's a question mark, and actually there's a question mark in the photo too. The position of the hat and the hands, and I think this is really interesting. And I can't possibly imagine that it was an accident. So the question is there. Like, look deeper. What do you see? Portraiture can be, it can be really quite divisive sometimes, especially with an eye contact photo, because you may not connect with this particular individual, but I would just ask you to look again and reward it with a silver.
Thank you, Katie. I'm going to come to Mark now at the other end.
I'm at the other end on 70. I'd love to connect with this, but I'd find that there's too many things that I don't. And the reason is that the eyes, yes, great connection, but the hands just look like it's been placed. I feel like the photographer's gone, sit down, look this way, and put your hand on the face. And that's where the photo ends. I find that it's just I feel it's a little bit more contrived. And then I go straight to that dot right beside the guy's mouth, and I just can't stop looking at it on the screen, and it just distracts me completely. Then you got the mix between the hat and the logo, and then you got the lighting choice. It just, for me, the whole, I've just got conflicting elements of everything, and it's not coming together congruently for me. I don't like, with a subject like this that's old and wrinkly and old man stories, I just feel that it's not portrayed in the best lighting, the best source, and the best way it can be done. But I understand what the photographer's trying to do. But I'm all ears.
Thank you, Mark. Can I hear from someone else, please? Thank you, Jace.
I was on 78, and I'll come up, I think. The technical flaws, like the dots in the background, that bugs me. The logo on the shirt, that bugs me. So removing some of those elements would have strengthened this, but strengthened it from an already pretty strong place. And the expression, if you sit with the expression, it's quite coy. He's kind of, like there's a little bit of a grin, and his hand is placed kind of quite delicately there, which I would say is kind of a little feminine, and that is quite at odds with, I think, what your stereotypical interpretation of a man of this age would be. I think that plays with. There's an idea of gender confusion there, or no, it's not. There's a femininity to his pose when he's such a craggy old man, and if there'd been catchlights in the eyes and you didn't have the dot in the background and a couple of maybe his pinky wasn't so bright, I'd be silver distinction, gold range. But for the coy expression and the simplicity, I'm here in coming to silver.
Thank you, Jace. Have we got anything else to add? Way you go, Katie. All yours.
Thanks, Jace. That was good. The question mark is backwards, right? So even more question marks. I don't know if I can totally read this guy's expression, but it's really got me held. Like, I'm coming back. How compelled are you all to keep looking at him? Like, I would really ask yourself that question. Like, you're still looking, right? You're still looking at his face. You haven't turned away. This is an engaging portrait. I think if the photographer had just said, put your hand there, we wouldn't see that, because when people get asked to do things that feel awkward to them, it tends to be all over their face. Like, it's there. You can see it even when a child's been asked to put their hand in a particular spot and they're kind of like, why is it there? They look awkward. This guy does not look awkward. There's nothing about this portrait that's awkward to me. It's just asking questions. It's inviting us in. It's quite compelling. And can we really keep it out of silver just for a little dot? Come on. It's just a little dot. Just don't look at it.
Thank you, Katie. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 79, a review state. So we're going to have another shot at scoring this. Judges enter a 79 or an 80. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Okay, we're just going to take a moment to swap some judges out. Shah and Mark, you can hop off, and Roger and Charlotte, you can hop on, please. Just give the judges a moment to log in. Okay, we all good, team? Can we have the next image, please? We have a score here of 74, a professional standard. Do you want to challenge it, Roger? Yeah, go for it.
Righto. I scored this 82. There are imperfections with it, but I saw past those, and I rewarded the originality, the bravery, the delicacy, and the colour. I haven't seen an image like this before. I enjoy the graphic nature of it, with the sort of the koru curl and all the little bits of colour just flying off are just delightful. And again, the choice of giving it space, within the frame. There are the if there hadn't been the imperfections in terms of the lighting, I would have gone a lot higher, because I think it's a really strong piece of graphic, colourful communication. So yeah, I think it's worthy of at least. Is it sitting at the?
It's on 74, which is a professional standard.
I think it's worth a silver, but at least let's get it up into a bronze, guys, to reward the creativity of the photographer.
Okay, Jace, down the other end, take it away.
Here I am again. I gave it 66, and it was because when an image is so simple, there's so little there that if any of it isn't working, it suffers more greatly. If there was more holding it together, if there was more there, I mean, it's a brave thing to do. To be so minimalist is brave, but it's also, you have to get it right. And that lighting, the highlights, it loses so much for them, and there's nothing else to fall back on because there's nothing else. The other thing I'll say, which I don't know, I think I had an expectation that I was going to get a bit more, something more playful out of it. Like I was going to get there and find that some of those little dots were actually tiny objects of some kind that was going to play with scale, or it was going to have another layer, and it didn't. It was just a literal pile of shavings that was a bit overexposed. And so, good exploration of minimalism. Nail that lighting, and you'll have something stronger.
Thank you, Jace. Have we got anyone else to add something? Thanks, Kirsten.
Yeah, look, I gave this 78, so that is in the bronze range. I would have liked to have scored this higher for the reasons that, but didn't because of the reasons that Jace has noted there. However, I think that it is still worthy of an award. And I think people should just have a look at the creativity and what the photographers tried to achieve with this. There's beautiful colour. The sharp edges on the pencil shavings, yes, the highlights are a little bit hot, but it is something original that I haven't seen before.
Thank you, Kirsten. I think we have heard from everyone that wants to speak, so back to you, Roger.
Look, it just depends how much you weight the importance of creativity and emotion and impact against technical aspects, really. I'm not asking for a gold, maybe not even asking for a silver, but I think this student deserves a bit of encouragement and recognition for what is really quite a original idea. So please come up a few points.
Thank you, Roger. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. We have a score of 71, a professional standard. And can we have some feedback for the entrant, please? Someone. Thank you, Katie.
Yeah, so this is really interesting. The oh my god, I've forgotten what the name of them is. The things, the bits, stamen. They look like licorice, like red licorice lollies that I want to eat. But that might say more about me than anybody else. Oh, good. I would keep experimenting with this because macro photography is so beautiful to do as well as to look at. I just find that this image in general has a bit too much distraction. I'm not quite sure where to focus once I've really enjoyed that red licorice. So I just keep going with this medium, with this technique, with this subject matter. Well done.
Thank you, Katie. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. You want to challenge it, Roger? Go for it.
I scored this 85. I thought the photographer had nailed the moment. I really enjoyed the sort of cross shape, I guess, and the connection, and the simplicity of the separation from the background. I thought they caught the moment really well, and yes, I think it deserves to go up.
Thank you, Roger. Can we please hear from either Kirsten or Charlotte, one of you? Oh, Kirsten, you got your finger on the button. Where you go?
So I gave this a 72. I really do like the cross, as Roger mentioned, but that bottom right hand where the floor meets the wall, it's just too blown out that it just keeps drawing my eye away from it. It's just far too distracting. So that's something that could just be a really easy fix.
Thank you, Kirsten. And if we got, thank you, Jace. We'll hear from you, please.
Yeah, I think I commend the dancer. It's remarkable position, and the photographer has captured it well. I think the lighting's too clinical for there to be a theatrical or dramatic read of what is kind of a theatrical or dramatic subject. So that's it's all there. It's well lit, but it's not interestingly lit. It's not emotionally lit. And then that's as far as it goes. I was at 73. I could see bronze. Yeah.
It is sitting at 76, a bronze award. So I'm handing it back to you, Roger. Bring it home.
Yeah, look, I think this is it's obviously a portrait, but it's also a portrait of a cross, and I think the photographer's tried to separate that shape from the background, and therefore a bit of high key is fine. That's the photographer's choice. Look, I think there's just a greater degree of creativity in this image compared to a lot of portraits, and that's why I think it deserves to be in the silver range. Thanks.
Thank you, Roger. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 73, a professional standard. We have a comment, please, from someone. Thank you, Katie.
What an absolutely incredible pattern. I'm just so taken by the detail on this. Well done to the photographer. I would experiment perhaps with different cropping. Sometimes it is hard to know what to leave out and what to keep in, but I think the real power of this is in the tip of the leaf and kind of about halfway along, and that maybe the leaf on the bottom right is adding a little bit too much distraction, and up in the top right as well, and just to play around with crops when you do macro photography, because it does help you see things in different ways.
Yes, Jace.
And have a hoon at focus stacking. Have a hoon at focus stacking. Keep it all sharp.
Thank you, Jace. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we're just waiting for the scores to come through. And we have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. It's going to go into review. Yeah? Okay. I'm just going to click the review button now, team. And we're going to choose either a 79 or an 80, judges. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the comment, please? Someone. Thanks, Jace.
I think that the concept here is great. The execution's pretty solid. I just kept looking at the umbrella instead of the subject. So finding a way to balance that exposure so we really zero in on that subject who's got a lovely expression on her face, and not get drawn up so much into that highlight and the structure of the umbrella would be great.
Thank you, Jace. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. We have a score of 73, a professional standard. And And can we please have a comment from someone? Thanks, Roger.
And well done to the photographer. An interesting subject to photograph. The pictures of an iris are really, when you dive in there, there's so many patterns and colours. They're just wonderful to behold. What I struggled with in this image is the cropping, if you like, and also the lack of focus in areas. I don't think that they contributed to the message of the eye, and certainly that left-hand crop it's so tight to the edge that it feels like it's almost into that side of the eye. So go back to eyes and play around with all those things.
And try and control the shape of the highlight. It's distracting with so much detail in it.
Thank you, boys. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 82, a silver award. Jace is right in there. Got ya.
I was 87. I was thinking about the silver range, and I thought, no, this is better than that. That kind of engagement with I'm assuming a wild animal, is rare and commendable. Add in the perfect sharpness throughout the whiskers and the drops of water, and then that big droplet, which tells me, I think, behavioural action, or a behavioural component where this otter is feeding or drinking or doing something active and then has been interrupted and then looks straight down the barrel of the camera in a really engaging way, which I think is great.
Thanks, Jace. Can we hear from Charlotte, please? I will come to you, Roger, after. But Charlotte first, please.
I really just needed someone to talk me up, so thanks for that, Chase. I put this at 78. I was considering silver. A couple of tiny things were holding me back. One was the uneven lighting on the subject. I feel that eye on the left-hand side is just like a little bit too shadowy, and it just prevents me from fully connecting with the subject. There's also just a little bit of motion blur in that droplet, and I would love it if it was perfectly sharp. But I definitely see the positive attributes, so I will come up to silver.
Thank you, Charlotte. Roger, do you want to say something? Go for it.
I also enjoyed a lot about this image, and I connected with it. What held me back from I was an 82. What's held me back is the background and the choice of cropping. I just wonder, the action's really around the eyes, the whiskers, and the drop. So I find those background elements a bit distracting, although arguably that you could argue that gives context, but it doesn't really. And the shadow at the bottom has a very thin line of highlights below it that just strikes me as not quite enough. So those are the things that held me back, but I'm wanting to go up. If you can give me a nudge.
Thank you, Roger. Back to you, Jace.
Okay, I think the framing is a little bit between tight and loose, and so it feels a little uncomfortable. It could be a lot tighter and just face and drop everything else out, or it could have more room and context. It's the in-betweenness that's uncomfortable, but I think the fact that the engagement with the subject overpowers that and keeps me in, and so the point where I kind of ignore or feel comfortable with that, and the fact that the back of the animal is dropped out of focus, it fades off acceptably. I don't mind the top crop as much. I think the crop is appropriate for the face. Could you have gone crazy and darkened and vignetted and removed distracting elements? Yes, but then it wouldn't be a nature image anymore. This is still a nature image. It's still an authentic representation of an animal in the wild And so, you know, maybe they should have adjusted the strobe on the left and given some more direction to the otter. But in the fact that this was happening quickly in a river in a wild context, great.
Thank you, Jace. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 85, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? It's been a while since I've done a shout out to CR Kennedy, who have sponsored the student category this year. CR Kennedy is one of New Zealand's foremost photographic video, CCTV, survey and medical importers and distributors. Their company is divided into 4 main divisions: photo imaging, medical, survey and surveillance. CR Kennedy is represented at the trade event under the Ilford stand, so make sure you go and see Gerard and his team for all your questions and about brands available through CR Kennedy. They are also sponsoring the NZIPP. They're a major sponsor of the NZIPP Gala Award ceremony on Sunday night. Thank you. Okay, judges. We have a score of 79, which is a bronze award, and it's going to go into review. Yeah, you can challenge it. I'm just seeing, oh, you're both equal. Paper, scissors, rock, Katie and Charlotte. Yeah, go for it. All yours, Charlotte.
Yes, I'd like to challenge this one. I'm on 83. I'm in silver. And it's funny because usually I'm not a fan of images that don't have some degree of sharpness in them. And this image doesn't really have anything that's quite sharp. It feels floral, I'm guessing, maybe flowers or petals or something like that. There's just the barest hint of detail that sort of suggests that. And I kind of like that. I like that it's a bit ambiguous. And then there's other things coming into play as well. It's a really beautiful limited colour palette with those just warm tones. It almost feels a little sensual. It almost feels like we're looking through some sort of opaque window and there's a figure in the background. I'm just seeing some things coming out in this, and I think it sort of deserves a little bit more than what it got. So if we could bring it up into silver, I think it's definitely deserving of that.
Thank you, Charlotte. Leave your mic on because Jace is going to take over.
I gave it 65. What a sad sap. Yeah, this floral vibes, the plane of focus is so narrow, I almost wish it wasn't there. There's just little tiny bits of focus that are so sparse that they're almost distracting from the softness. You know, like if it was just all soft, I might approach it a little differently, but I just have this little hint. Like, purely abstract, I kind of get this, like, magic school bus going through the duodenum kind of vibe, which is I kind of like, but then that little bit of sharpness brings me back to it. It is floral. There's just not enough of it to tell a floral story. And then that big highlight on the right takes me out of where the action is in the middle.
Thanks, Jace. Roger, you'd like to say something?
Yeah, look, I scored it 73. I appreciated the colour and the softness. I mean, I guess it's an exercise in colours and vague shapes, and it strikes me that those shapes aren't quite pleasing enough in the first instance. But that aside, the only things that are sharp are either spots on the flower or dust spots. Either way, they sort of don't seem to merit being sharp. They're just distractions, and so the technical imperfections, which are so sort of in your face, if you like, I struggled with those.
Okay, yes, Kirsten and Katie both want to speak, so we'll go Kirsten first.
So I gave this 76. So I initially, like Jace, was a little bit distracted by the two kind of little areas on this image where there is some sharpness, but because I kind of wanted it to be all soft, but then I noticed that the little bit of sharpness that you slightly get on the left is offset by that little bit of sharpness higher up on the right, and it kind of balances it. The only thing that kind of held me back from scoring it higher and taking it into silver, because I love the colour palette and the tones, I know it's probably just a natural imperfection of the flower, but it's those little dots at the top. My eye is just drawn up to there and a little bit distracted, so maybe you can help me with that.
Thank you, Kirsten. Katie, your turn.
There's a thing about photography that I think is different to any other artistic medium, where it actually can show us things that look completely different to what they actually look like. And I think as judges, we really want to understand stuff. We need to be able to talk about things. So we need to know what we're looking at. It's challenging when we don't, but I kind of love that. I think it's just part of photography that we're occasionally going to be presented with things that are like, whoa, okay, this doesn't feel right, or I'm not quite sure. And I love that challenge. And I would ask you to look again at, we've been sitting here looking at this for a few minutes now. It's kind of cool. I see, like, this could be a mouth. This could be like, the end of a fish's mouth. It could be actual lips. It could be, oh my God, I want to put my finger in it. I probably want to put my whole head in it, actually. It's weird. It's challenging. It does defy all the rules, but, like, does it matter? Is it okay that sometimes we're just presented with something that doesn't make sense and that we can't fit our technicalities and our, all of our learning into? Like, I love that. I love being challenged in this way. It could be fire. It could be liquid. Like, just give it a silver. Come on.
Thank you, Katie. I'm just going to go back to you, Charlotte.
I'm not sure I can quite top that comment. I want to stick my finger in it too. I agree with everything there. And yes, it's not perfectly in sharp. There's no plane of focus that's really drawing us to, to enjoy the sharpness there. But and I'm a really technical kind of judge and person, and I'm not overly usually swayed by emotions. But this image makes me feel something, and I think that has a lot of merit. That'll do.
Thanks, Charlotte. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. And away you go, Jace. Take it away, man.
I don't know what's going on, Charlotte. We're on different planets, but it's worth a crack, eh? My first reaction to this was not positive, but I spent some time with it. And how I'm reading it is a triptych. It's almost Hockney-esque, kind of. So we've got three scenes presented vertically: sky, horizon, and ground. Sort of suburban, rural, urban, maybe, or three different environments. They're all, none of them are natural environments, but they're different weather conditions. Each one, they're different times of day, and so that. I rewarded that with an 83, a silver, because it provoked me a little, and because at first I was like, why are the spacings so different? But then I realized, okay, the horizontal spacings that they're linked in columns. It's 3 columns.
Leave your mic on, Jace. We're going to go straight to Charlotte, who is on a different planet.
They're just like, yeah, enemies here. I don't know what's going on. I scored a 62, and I would like to thank Jace for explaining to me what's going on in this because I completely missed it, I must admit. I thought it was a random collection of images, but now I see how it's laid out. I can definitely recognise that there's been some thought put into it. The colour harmony between the three or within the three strips, and the way that the most vibrant one is in the centre that has the most nature works really nicely. I'll come up now that I understand what's going on. I still struggle a little bit with why. I think if someone can help me understand just a little bit more meaning as to why you would do something like this and why you would present these images in this way, that's also going to help.
Thanks, Charlotte. We're going to come to Roger now, please.
Jason, you legend. You've unlocked the mystery for me, and when I couldn't see and now I can. Yeah, the reading from the ground up, it's fresh and it's genius, actually. I think I'm wondering whether this is the place that this photographer lives and they're just depicting it in different, in the concrete urban through to the farm. And I love the mirroring of the shape of the cow with the cloud. And then he's at their town, so it's different times of the day as well. So if I can, I'd be inclined to go up to Silver Distinction, really, because this is quite a powerful narrative done in a really fresh, original way.
Thanks, Roger. Have we got anything new to add, team? Yeah, Kirsten.
So just quickly, I initially read this horizontally and it confused me. Then I read it vertically and it made more sense. There's one little thing, so sorry, I scored this 76. I'd like to score it higher, I'm listening. In the right-hand middle image, there is a burger sign. Now, maybe it's the vegetarian in me, but it links the cow, but then how does that first column link that story together for me?
Roger's got an answer.
Well, the cows go to the burger place, don't they? And they've got to go in a truck on the highway.
Oh.
Clarkson
All
style.
right, then. Where you go, Jace? Write a reply.
Yeah, nice one, Roger. That was good. We're a team. I think this is a portrait of a provincial town. So it's not the big city. There's no high-rise buildings really. It's low-rise. There's a stoplight. There's a bit of advertising. There's a street light, but it's not the big city. So it still has this there's details included there. The big sky sunset, the slightly tired cobble paving. That's an interesting story in its own right. It's close to the country. I'm reading it from right to left for some reason. Don't know why. It's close to the country. The rural, the dairy farm, or beef for the burgers. And that tells you again. You've got the big sky, the shape, the design elements with the similarity between the shapes with the cow is really strong, and then the earth, which is sort of the driver of this whole economy, and then transport links are critical to provincial towns, and that looks like a bridge over a river. I would say every provincial town in New Zealand has a river with a bridge over it. That's an important transport link. The diagonal line of the birds into the cow's head, into the diagonal pattern in the bottom right image is a really strong design element. The curve of the bridge meeting the tilted horizon behind the cow and then falling down via the clock tower into the sky, the urban skyline is a nice design element. The river gravels tell us about what the bridge is traversing over. This is a love letter to a provincial New Zealand town.
Thanks, Jace. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 84, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 80, a silver award. And Roger's going to challenge it. He's just making some notes. Just let him write them down. Take it away.
So I've written down implacable, I've written down dark, I've written down sort of desolation, if you like. Imagine, someone's looking for somewhere to stay, and there's two lights there that don't give you very good answers. And the rest is darkness. Like there's nowhere, where are you going to go? And this, and yet there's just enough detail to show the silhouette of the building, but it's just that powerful, simple message of you're hitting a brick dark wall and you need somewhere to stay, and it's not a light place, it's a dark place. And it's got impact, and it's graphic. So why are you not coming up, guys?
Thanks, Roger. We're going to come to Katie now, please.
Okay, I'm on 72, which is obviously professional practice. I think I want to see like more finesse, more like a stronger angle, like more foreground, more of that beautiful, delicious colour on the road, or the footpath or whatever it is. Just a few more choices on behalf of the photographer to take us to that story that you're talking about, Roger. Otherwise, to me, this is a study, and it's graphically great. Like, it's really good to look at, and that's why I've given it what I've given it.
Thanks, Katie. Charlotte, your turn.
Okay, I gave this one 84. I was really close to that silver distinction. Thanks for challenging it, because I'm glad we can talk about it. I think there is a degree of finesse in there. When you look closely at the image, there's actually quite a lot of detail in that black area in the shadows. There's the outlines of the building. There's actually another word in there. It says Broadway, running down the left-hand side. And I think that gives you an extra little hint as to where this is and the purpose that it serves. The only tiny thing that was really holding me back was the fact that the no vacancy sign is, the colour of that is very different to the reflection of that. I feel like if they were closer together, I would come up even higher. So yeah, just a few things to think about with that one. I just love that bold impact of this.
Thanks, Charlotte. Have we got anything new to add, team? Okay, we will go back to Roger. Take it away. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, go, Roger. I thought... Oh, yeah, you have to listen. Yeah. Jace, you do have to listen to Roger one more time.
Yeah, look, when I first looked at this, I wanted to see something else, like a human figure or just some... But then I stood and thought about it, and I thought, actually, it's... there's a brutalness about this image, a finality. You've knocked on the door, and it's basically, no, computer says no, move on, sort of thing, So it's, it doesn't need anything else. The message is brutal, the message is simple, the image is simple, the image is a little bit brutal as well. So that's what I'd like you to reward.
Thank you, Roger. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 85, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. We're just going to swap judges around. Jace, you can hop off. Thank you very much. And Russell, can we have you back on, please? And Kirsten, you can take a break. And Sarah Lee, can we have you back on, please? Everyone else feeling okay? Yeah? Yeah, cool. Give you a moment. And just let me know when you're good to go. Yep, we're good. Okay, can we have the next image, please? People who are in Christchurch, please make sure that you go and vote for your favourite judge at reception. You can pop their name in the little box thingy for the Ian Poole Award. There's no panel chair award, did you know? I don't know. Okay, we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment, please? Thank you, Roger.
Yeah, I enjoyed the separation of the foreground and the balancing of that sort of sentinel foreground with the cloud shadows on the right. I guess to improve the image a bit more, I want to see more detail in the dark areas.
Thank you, Roger. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, just waiting. We have an initial score of 86, a silver with distinction, and we have Katie in the gold range. You are the only one.
Oh,
So surprising.
yeah. What's going on? This is stunning. This is delicious. This is so refined and beautiful. The choice of colour, the choice of flower, the choice of, the device that they've used to place the images in, the handwriting of the flowers underneath it. It's just been so beautifully conceived, executed, and presented. I just cannot see how it's anything but gold. I love flowers and I love this type of thing in general, but I have not seen this. This has been done in a very unique way and just absolutely deserves to be rewarded in the gold range for it. So what's keeping you back, guys?
Okay, Sarah Lee is keeping you back. We're going to hear from her.
I'm 72. Yeah, a long way off.
Russell's down there with you, mate. Don't worry.
I love that you've taken the colour from each of these beautiful flowers and that's the colour palette you've run with. I don't find this new. This colour palette is very popular, or has been very popular many decades ago. And the images, placing flowers within the squares is something that is not unusual. It would probably have a lot of commercial viability in home decor because it would fit. Certain ladies would love these particular images. Personally, I find the way the flowers have a drop shadow that's a grey, it's not in the same tone or hue as the background. Each of these frames is a clone of the other, so all those little details and all those little brush strokes around the edges are the same as each other. The La Flower name is just a little too simplistic. I think to really advance this image, I would love to see it with a vintage-inspired colour toning or just create something that has more of that old-fashioned look to it, something that has the dirty, that has the decay, that isn't so stark white and so clean. I think there's lots of potential, and I love flowers too, so I would love to see so much more from this image.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we hear from someone else if there's something new to add? Oh, okay. No one is. Yeah, thanks, Charlotte. Thank you.
I'm close. I'm like right up there at 88 on this one. I thought it had a lovely sense of delicacy in it that I think we should reward. there was just a couple of things holding me back from gold. One was, I think it was already mentioned, about the frames actually being identical, duplicate. They've just been retoned to be a different colour. I think to really go for that, that handmade, hand-painted, authentic feel, actually having those different would be great. I also feel like the flower on the left should be in the centre. So the more neutral flower box flanked by the two brighter colours. But I do agree, there's a lot to love about this. I'm not sure I'll come up to gold, but I really do think it sits nicely in silver with distinction.
Thank you, Charlotte. Did you want to say something, Russell? You can.
Thing as well having, but I mean, I scored it quite low as well, simply for that balance reason too. The neutral coloured one on the far left kind of just throws the whole thing. I feel like I want to see some sort of equilibrium there. Perhaps that's a design tension that's been built into it or not. I also find that flower from here not as resolute because of its surroundings. I get up and, hey, it's all fine close up, but we're not always looking at these things close up. So the balance of it and that resolution from a distance just kind of didn't overwhelm me. It underwhelmed me a little bit, but hey, I'm listening because it is beautiful too, for that matter.
Thank you, Russell. Anyone else? Right of reply to you, Katie.
Okay, well, what I noticed about the one on the left is that it's actually bigger than the other two. And so I think that's a deliberate choice to put it on that side so that it does provide some balance, some strength. The drop shadow, I think if it wasn't there, we'd probably say they're disappearing into the background too much. So that kind of gives them more of a motif, like a more of an object as opposed to it being so flat. So I respect and appreciate that in the design. The colours, again, like, going from lightest through to sort of the most rich or intense colour, I just think these things have been deliberate choices. And look, if it's commerciality or it's perhaps, there's a level, I know this is not the word you used, Sarah Lee, but if there's a level of like cliche or, something that relates back to, not being as refined, then see it in its commercial value because it's really high. Like, yes, there is an audience that would love this. And I could see this being used in different ways. And yes, it could be used in a clunky way, but it could also be used in a really refined, beautiful way. So if that's what's keeping you back, then see it as that rather than trying to see it as something else. I think this photographer needs to be encouraged, and look, if you can't get it up to gold, then at least let's get it into like a really strong silver distinction. I can't actually remember where it scored before.
It's on 86, silver distinction.
Okay, well, let's bring it up a couple more points. Let's see what we can do.
Thank you, Katie. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 87, a silver distinction. Great discussion. Can we have the next image, please? Alrighty. We have a score of 73, a professional standard. And can we have a comment, please, from someone? Thanks, Russell. Or Sarah Lee? Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so in a documentary style image, the point of focus is really important because that guides our eye. With the depth of field, not including the gentleman in the front, who obviously I'm assuming is very important to the storyline of the buying Dutch pancakes and eating them. The centre of the image, that dark truck, is where the focal point falls, and that just confuses the whole storyline. I also think had you moved a foot to your right, you would have actually hidden that gentleman in the navy behind that large head, and that would also have removed that distracting element and brought the Dutch pancake truck towards the centre of the image.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment, please, from Roger? Take it away.
I really enjoyed the lighting and the moment. Really, like, look, the surf is obviously trying to summon up the courage to jump into that sea. Is not quite sure, and the body language just seems to communicate that. I wondered whether if you were to take the sky out and make it a much simpler image, that might strengthen it. You've got that sun sort of high, the reflected light on the horizon of the sea there that just draws your eye out, I think, and that would remove that distraction.
Thanks, Roger. We're just going to do a judge swap. You've made a lovely comment, and it's not a reflection on that. But you can take a break. And Shah, can we have you back, please? I'll just give Shah a moment to... Oh, she needs her handy-dandy notebook. And her pen. And a drink. You should have just bought your whole school bag. Everyone's watching you. Can you feel the pressure? Action. Okay, next image, please. Okay. We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Shah.
I feel like I should sing. I was a bit late to the party here. Congratulations on your bronze award. This is a really a beautiful colour palette of the flowers that have been chosen for the arrangement. I think perhaps just experimenting a bit more with your lighting to create a bit more mood and a bit more drama, and do have a look at the Rembrandt lighting style. I think this would be more suitable to providing just an extra element to elevate your story here, but well done.
Thank you, Shah. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Oh, thank you, Sarah Lee. Sorry, I just didn't see you.
This is a lovely, almost graphic, sort of sculptural take on a landscape shot. I think what I find most appealing is the real horizontal feel about it, and if that low point in the cloud, that dark patch, was lifted up, we wouldn't get our eyes caught into that unusual area. Also, I feel a more panorama crop would really help extend that feeling as well, and just make sure that we're sharp. We are ever so slight with that sort of silhouette.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 72, a professional standard. Can we have a comment? Yeah?
Congratulations on setting up a really great attempt. You know, the lighting's everything. I mean, we're dealing with elegance and beauty and what have you, but we're really distracted by that straight line shadow coming down from below the chin. Just hasn't allowed the lovely shape of the woman's shoulder line to be played out. So just a little bit more attention to where the light's landing on your otherwise wonderfully chosen subject.
Thank you, Russell. Can we have the next image, please? As we are nearing the end of our category, I'm just going to do a final shout out to CR Kennedy, who is sponsoring the student category this year. And they do have a trade stand under the Ilford banner that is going to be present from tomorrow onwards during the conference time or the photo show time. And we also have all the award entries in the print gallery. There's going to be an auction tonight at 5, at 2:05, and there's also going to be a follow-on of the Iris Rap Party from 7 p.m, also at 2:05. And we have got a score. We have a score of 73, a professional standard. And can we have a comment? Thank you.
Yeah, this is a really lovely time of day to photograph. If you're going to use a pathway and converging lines, we really need to be rewarded with something at the end there. So perhaps it could have been like a flock of birds going through there, a surfer walking by, just a little something just to reward us for the journey that you're taking us on. You're bringing us to a point, but there's just not quite enough there to cement that. But well done.
Thank you, Shah. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, team. We have a score of 72, a professional standard. And can we have a comment? Thank you, Charlotte. Go for it.
Yeah, congratulations on professional standard. This is a really interesting sort of macro exploration of something. I'm not entirely sure what it is. I think the black and white treatment is what is sort of throwing me off. I'd really sort of like to see some colour in there to have a bit more of an indication of exactly what that is. Just a bit better visual communication through colour, I think, would really suit this.
Thank you, Charlotte. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 79, a bronze award. However, we have Sarah Lee, who is on an 89, which puts us to an automatic challenge. Take it away.
All right, so I scored this 89 silver distinction. Because it is so direct. Obviously, when we photograph birds, it's very easy for us to have a look-down view at them. By looking straight at this bird, and that bird's looking straight back at us, it knows it's been photographed. It's very direct. I love the choice of black and white because it obviously brings out all the detail. I love how it has a little bump that goes from the top of its head to its eye, then its cheek, On the right side, we then see a bit of a tail and then the wing curve. I love how we've just got this neutral white backdrop. It really focuses us into the to this eyes, to the beak. I think it's beautiful. It's still and it's really quite captivating. And I think it deserves high silver distinction.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. I'm going to go to Charlotte now, please. Do you even want to say your score? Away you go.
Wow, okay, so I was on 69 for this one. I'm a long way off. I feel like we see photos of ducks a lot. And while this is presented in a really sort of graphical way, there's just a few things that bother me about the image. The first one is the composition. It's very sort of bottom heavy. I'm not sure why there's quite so much space at the top. There's the lack of a horizon. There's a lack of anything else basically to give any sort of context. And I do appreciate the shapes within the duck, but then the reflection is also a very prominent part of the image, and it's just not a great reflection. I'm just not really seeing a good representation of the duck in the reflection. Yes, it's a reflection, but I feel like it has quite a lot of importance in the image, but then there's just sort of nothing there to support the top of the duck. But I'm listening, and I think I probably was a little bit mean with my 69, so yeah, keep talking.
Okay, Russell, would you like to speak? Take it away.
As Charlotte was going through that sort of list, I found some of those things attractive. The reflection, I think, if it was just the shape of the neck and the head, would have been a bit, dare I say, sort of phallic, I suppose, pointing at us and kind of like a little bit distracting and not having any form. The fact that it's got that other pattern there sort of kind of gives it a bit of body and something to kind of look at, even if it's not necessarily accurately reflective of what's above it. And in the end, I think simplicity sometimes is a bit beguiling. The fact that it looks almost clear-cut is quite a redeeming sort of feature of what otherwise would be a sort of a normal kind of nature shot. So I'm kind of, I'm on 78 and I'm willing to lift it into the silver because it's well seen. It's well seen. They've nailed it. They've delivered it to us with lovely detail. And yeah, I think it's a good piece of workmanship now.
Thank you, Russell. Shah, you'd like to speak, and then we'll go back to you, Katie.
Just quickly, there's one other little detail in here that I think separates this out from a normal nature image. If you look at the beak of the duck, it is actually a face. The two little eyes and the little bit of the nose at the bottom. Now I've been talking about movies and TV and crap today, and I don't even watch conventional TV, but hello, we have Goofy and Daffy here. 100%. And the fact that it probably wasn't an intentional thing, I don't even know whether the photographer had ever noticed that before, but the thing that really stood out for me was that when I first saw it. So yes, Sarah Lee, I want to come up with you. I'm currently on 84.
Thank you, Shah. Katie, did you want to add something? Otherwise I'll handle
Just thanks to Shah to pointing that out, because that's what I was going to say too, and it's wearing a little helmet.
Okay, we're going to go back to Sarah Lee for right of reply.
I love all these added insights into this image. It has brought a real comical quirk to something that was already quite quirky. I agree with Russell. If we had a mirror image still reflection, it wouldn't convey the movement of the water and it wouldn't look like water. So without that environment, with just the plain white, we need those ripples to ground the image, or to ground our little ducky here. And I feel that ducks should have lots of space. They're a bird, and they are common. Paradise ducks are everywhere. They are very easy to find, but they're always so easy to scare. So congratulations to the photographer for getting so close, so personal, and so direct with this beautiful creature without startling it and losing the image.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 85, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment? Yeah, Charlotte, take it away.
Yeah, congratulations. I think this duck has been caught at a really awesome moment, just with the wings sort of coming forward to show that beautiful colour in the back of the wing there. I think something that would have improved this would be just perhaps a different crop and perhaps even a panoramic composition, just to give the duck a little bit more space to move into. All of that energy's got to go somewhere, and also just to remove some distracting stuff across the top and a little bit across the bottom as well.
Thank you, Charlotte. Can we have the next image, please? We are getting quite close to finishing out the category, so I just want to remind all of the judges to stick around because honours are going to need some of you for finals. Okay, one more score. And we have a score of 74, a professional standard. And can I have a comment, please? Yeah, thank you, Russell.
Just lovely colours and what have you, and well sort of attempted, if you like, but I'm just confused really about the intrusion of the moving colours, what they're meant to mean to the bouquet, or vice versa really. But a bit of fun and keep at it.
Thank you, Russell. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, a bronze award. And Shah's going to challenge.
Yeah, I think I am. First of all, when I first looked at the image, I was just not quite sure what I was seeing, but suddenly it sort of became clear, like those lovely black intrusions from the top of the image, I think are legs, and that gives me the feeling of movement, and and it breaks up the yellows and the reds, so it has quite an interesting graphical dynamic. There's a lot going on, but it kind of makes me sort of stop and look, and the more I look, the more of the shapes and things that I see, it has quite a 3D effect. Even though it's a static image, to me it feels like it's moving and it's shifting. So I think it's quite a unique way to present water to us, and I want to applaud the photographer. I scored at 82.
Thank you, Shah. Can we please hear from Charlotte or Katie? Either of you, Charlotte, please. You're down the other end. Thank you.
Oh, I'm down the other end again. I'm at 73 on this one. Thank you for explaining that those are in fact legs. I was unsure. They look like they bend in a really weird way, and it kind of looks like a monster, like monster legs, that like bend backwards at the knees or something. And maybe that's a good interpretation to have of this image, and maybe that lends a little bit extra into the meaning there. I love the way the water splashes are captured so sharply, and it's so interesting that the focus is on those rather than what's going on in the background. And that leaves the background up to a bit more interpretation. So I'm actually going to bring my score up on this one. I think it's quite interesting.
Thank you, Charlotte. Sarah Lee, you wanted to add something?
I've initially scored this as 74. Those backwards legs, I see as a gentleman running. His weight's on his forward foot and he's got a raincoat down to his knees. The colours, the car, I find that all very distracting. I would love to see this in a black and white. That way we can focus on the texture at the front, have the context of someone running the streets to get out of the rain and all those beautiful reflections on the pavement. I think as it is, it's close but not quite the best from this image.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Have we got anything else to add? Otherwise, I'm going to hand it back to... Oh, did you want to say something, Russell? Are you right? You're okay? Okay, Shah, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah Lee. I think the concept of the colour is what gives the image some dynamism. I think if it was black and white, it would be very one-dimensional and it would have no depth or quality. The way that the water is moving, it's accentuated and causes a little bit of distortion, which I think is what's happened with the legs and with the yellow bars onto the left hand side. So I think the choice of colour here is the correct treatment. It just has a busyness. It has a grotesqueness to it, which those monster legs that you've alluded to, Charlotte, is exactly what I felt and what I saw. So it's a really interesting capture and it's been really presented well. So yeah, a few more points, guys. We're on 82.
Thank you, Shah. Judges, please rescore. Just waiting for one more. We have a score of 79, a bronze award. So it's going to go into review. Just a moment, team. We're going to be entering a 79 or an 80 for our final result. And we have an 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Okay, can we have the next image, please? This is our final image of the student category. Okay, we have a score of 74, a professional standard. And Katie, you're going to challenge this for us. Take it away.
Why not? Okay, I've got this on 81 because I thought it was water. But then I was like, no, it's metal. And then I was like, no, it's actually wood. And I love that. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I love that. I just think that adds an extra dimension to what we're looking at here, and regardless of which one of those three things it is, it's not presented in a way that I would normally see, because if it is water, which was my first thought, then how do they make it look hard? It doesn't look soft the way we would expect water to look. So I'm really just rewarding the creativity and the provocation of this, and it's a beautiful colour palette. Yeah.
Thank you, Katie. Yeah, I'm actually going to come to Sarah Lee first, and then Russ, you're next. Where you go, Sarah Lee?
I've initially scored it a 70. Sorry. Words are failing towards the end of this. I love the colour palette. It has a beautiful, almost petrol-like shimmer to it. I do see all those patterns, but what I find really challenging is that the point of focus is got motion blur, and because of that it looks hard, but it's not entirely sharp. And so with the shallow depth of field either side, having a study of pattern, I feel like that the pattern's not uniform enough in terms of the sharpness for me to feel comfortable looking at it. My eye bounces around and doesn't fall on a focal point.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Russ, you wanted to have a turn? Where you go?
Just quickly, pretty much what Sarah Lee said. It is an exercise in patterns, really, and for me that shadow in the foreground has sort of broken that striation, that sort of uniformity of the patterns, albeit they're haphazard also, but really that just sort of takes my eye because it's not like the rest, if that makes sense, because it is water.
Thanks, Russ. Yes, Charlotte, all yours.
I'll try and be quick. I think it is water, and I think it's presented in a really interesting way with that colour on there. It's got this golden rich kind of feel, and I'm not sure that there is motion blur. I do feel like there is some sharpness in that sort of bottom third. But it's the top part that's sort of drawing me down a little bit. I was on 74. I might come up a little bit, but it feels very wishy-washy in terms of tones at the top. It's just a bit washed out. There's no density in there, and it really loses that rich golden hue that the bottom half of the image has. But yes, that's me.
Thank you, Charlotte. I think we've covered everyone. Yeah? Okay, Katie, back to you.
So I don't see the motion blur at all. It's just above that area of dark shadow in the foreground. I see this perfectly sharp, crisp panel of colour and texture, and it's beautiful to me. And what happens for me personally is when I go up into that area at the top, which is kind of a little bit washed out, I just sort of sail through it, and then I come back down to the delicious texture and detail in that third. So for me personally, none of those things seem to be faults, and I love that you guys are so sure that it's water, because I'm still in the question mark camp, and I love it. How did the water look like that? So if it is water, then this is even better than I originally thought, because I've never seen water depicted in a way that makes it look like a solid object, metal or wood. So come on, guys, couple more points up to silver.
Thank you, Katie. Away we go, team. Final image, final set of scores. Let's go. And we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. And that brings us to the end of the student category for the Iris Awards 2025. Congratulations to all our entrants. Thank you so much to all of our judges. Cindy is just coming in shoulder tapping a few people. You've all been amazing. It's been lovely working with you all. Thank you very much to Nicola, who has been exceptional. And have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you so much for those on the live stream too.